let's see. Dang it. Bum, 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 bum. How does that not work? All right, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. What up, Colonel? My she was broken. Uh-oh. Jay? Yeah, I'm trying to get my wackadoodle hoojabob ain't working here. Let's see. Alright. Sign in. We are. Alright. How you doing, brother? What up, William? What up, Shiva? Guess. Thank you very much. Arigato. Guess what the Wikipedia page of my I don't know, dude. I don't know anything about your grandfather. Let's see. Let's see. Where did I break? Oh, I broke it again. Had 30 scrub Jays over today. I'm sure Colonel is happy to hear that. What is going on here? Interesting. Interesting. All right. I wish I had a scrub jay. But they all live in your neighbor's tree. Well, why don't you put up a freaking scrub jay birdhouse that attracts them over, or whatever, some bird feeder that attracts them over. Okay. Broken. Oh, there we go. Signing in. There we go. All right. There we go. Let's see. Boom, boom, copy. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. All right. There we go. There we go. Now we're back up. My grandpa's Wikipedia page. Great. A Corvidae. The scrub jay. Oops. 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 All right, how's everybody doing? How y'all doing, huh? Colonel, just throw peanuts out. You'll have a million of them in 2 seconds. There you go. Grab you some peanuts. What do scrub jays like to eat? Nuts, seeds, berries. Nuts, seeds, and berries. Peanuts, their absolute favorites are peanuts in or out of the shell, and large seeds like sunflower seeds. There you go. Now you can get you some. We're saving the planet here. We're saving the world. Getting everybody their bird. What's the study of birds? The study of birds. I don't have an electric guitar anymore. The last electric guitar I had was in Baltimore. I had a bass down here and an acoustic. But last time I had rehearsal, it's probably still at the rehearsal space. What up, Shiraj? They got to be unsolved. Ornithology. Yes. Thank you, William. I got a new microphone. I'm using 2. I'm in stereo. Stereo. Rock and roll. Coming up as a youth, punk rocky type stuff. And then freaking good old, I wouldn't really say alternative. More like not heavy metal, not death metal, nothing like that. More like rock and roll. Yeah, rock and roll. I sang and I played guitar and I had a recording studio. So I had a band. We toured all over. This was before Facebook and stuff even existed. Actually, we were wrapped up as a band before What was that thing people were using before Facebook? MySpace. Before MySpace was a thing. My brother kept on going with another band, and they used MySpace and toured all over. They actually played at the what's that freaking punk rock CBGB's in New York. They played there twice. I have a steel drum, some maracas. I miss old punk rock days. No effects, but yeah, dude. So I lived in Baltimore. So I was in the Baltimore D.C. area. Clutch, freaking there. Oh, dang it! What was their names? Fugazi. They were local bands to me. I mean, like, don't listen. He knows nothing. Dun, 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 dun. What up, Scott? Good to see you, brother. Simping for orthonology. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Fugazi, great band. My brother saw the Vandals long time ago. Vandals, yeah, they were a great band. So that was more like what my brother played. They played more of that, of like Vandals style, like yeah, like that kind of like dirty rock punk mix. Yeah, it's a weird name. They were weird. They're still going. I think my brother's band's still going. The Fishnet Stalkers. You want to be a cowboy. Fishnet Stalkers are a high-energy rock and punk band that emerged out of Baltimore, Maryland scene in the early 2000s. Formed in the spring of 2004, the five-piece group built a reputation for raw, independent sound and the relentless dedication to live performances. Influences: New York Dolls, Dead Boys, Iggy Pop, Chuck Berry. Right here. Here's my brother right there. What's up, Tony? I sent you an email, brother. I haven't heard back from you yet. What's my favorite Vandals favorite song? Yeah, Buck. He was great. He was the drummer. He ended up leaving to start a restaurant called Rocket to Venus. Rocket to Venus. Not talking to Venus. Rock. I can't spell rocket. There it is. Rocket to Venus, Baltimore, Maryland. There it is. I guess they're still going. Oh, they got their own. Okay, looks like they're doing pretty good. Bloodthirsty. What up, Ben? What up, Scott? Ruined the show. What is your view about Israel killing children in Gaza, Lebanon? I hope whatever's going on there gets done soon and people stop killing each other. Right. War sucks. Euro Barge is the Vandals. Yeah. No politics. Sometimes we get into some politics. Yeah, I'm not simping for the freaking Republicans, and I ain't simping for the Democrats. I ain't simping for Israel. I ain't simping for Palestine. Palestinians, I hope they get they get their freedom. I hope the Israelis get their freedom. I hope the Iranians get their freedom. Josiah Queen. The Bedouins, yeah, there you go. I have no idea. Yep, Independence. Look up Josiah Queen. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I sometimes do. There you go. Quickly become one of the most impactful voices in Christian music, blending raw authenticity and deeply resonant. Where are they from? Tampa. I'm in Georgia right now. I'm in Atlanta. What up, Martian? I think Greater Israel happened. I got no idea, brother. I got no idea. But I mean, listen. It doesn't seem to be that difficult. And I talked to people. I talked like there was a Iranian on the stream last night translating from whatever language he was speaking. I'm guessing Arabic or Persian, whatever language it was converting over, Google translating to English. And, he was telling us what's going on there. And I have people talk every once in a while. I've got people that have been through Gaza, Palestine, people who have been through Israel, and like what you hear on the news, what you hear from the freaking Democrats, what you hear from the Republicans doesn't seem to be what they're saying there on the ground. Everybody's got a different story, and the people that are selling their stories have a lot more of a reason to hype it up. The flesh carrot. All right, I'll copy this down. Yeah, I'll check these guys out. All right, Misfits or the Ramones. Brother, I can sing the Misfits from, if you put on the, you could take the entire box set. I could, from Beware, beginning to end, hit almost every single note, and the first 3 Danzig albums. No problem. But Ramones also, I could do the same thing with the Ramones. I'm a big fan of the Ramones, big fan of Glenn Danzig. Now, not the newer Misfits with, like, I can't even remember the guy's name when they so oddly enough, my brother, I've met the Misfits. My brother's band that we were just looking at, Fishnet Stalkers played with the Misfits in Baltimore at this place called Sonar. Fishnet Stalkers, Misfits, Sonar, Baltimore. Misfits. That was Eric's. Let me see. Fishnet Stalkers. Fishnet Stalkers. Yeah, and the Misfits, right? Yeah. So, but that was when the bass player, I can't remember their names anymore. He was singing, and Marky Ramone was playing drums for the Misfits. So I got to meet those guys too. Martian Coders. Hope all his loudspeakers turned down. Bobby. Sorry, I didn't get when I offended you. I apologize. I had dealings with the former chat, Adam. I was fully aware of his tactics and practices. I was right about it. I didn't ban you. I think if and you're a mod, so the only person that might have muted. I think ND timed you and Adam out. But yeah, I understand. But we got to be able to. We've got, and you had former dealings with him. I didn't know that. I got no idea. So, but. When I'm trying to get through to people, the rock throwing and mudslinging is going to slow down the progress. But I understand if you have a former dealings with them. Siraj, greetings from Tel Aviv. How are you, brother? Timed out by India. Okay. Translated propaganda are headlines. Right. And that's the stuff that's absolutely wackadoodle. I worked in the movie industry for 15 years, so I'm very, very familiar with propaganda and how it's made and why it's made. The Greater Israel crowd and the Islam will rule the world crowd both needs to go and sit in the corner and shut up. Yeah, right, Graves, Michael Graves, right. So I never met him. I think I've only heard like whatever songs were on the radio back in the days when they were together. But I was already doing my thing, and when I was writing music, I wasn't listening to music because I would end up like we'd be at rehearsal and I'd be writing lyrics, writing melodies, singing, and then they'd be like, no, dude, that's blah, 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 blah. And I'd be like, son of a, like it would just bleed through and come out. So whenever I was writing and whatnot, I just stopped listening to everything except for, I wouldn't listen to music. I would just listen to the news. Psycho 78, 12 o'clock, don't be late. All this horror business. Our mirrors are black. You don't go in the bathroom with me. Angelic upstarts? I do not know. Angelic upstarts. I'm going to rule the world. Jerry Only. Right, so Jerry Only was playing bass and singing. They had a guy, the Marky Ramone from the drums playing drums. And I'll have to ask my brother who the Is this justice able to kill innocent brother? Listen, you have war, right? War. You understand that when blood feuds have been going on for so many decades, centuries, even going back, that people die, and this is what I want to stop. But it seems like people with your edge, they want to hurt other people, because if you keep going back in history far enough, who did the first killing? Who did the first killing? Like, what? I had this like pro Gaza guy tell me to look at this website and see how many people the Gazians killed and how many people the Israelis killed. But he shot himself in the foot, because the beginning of the list was 2 people that were in Israel that were killed. So he was like, well, no, it's not like that. That was just like, it was only 2 people. So I was like, okay, so they started it, they killed 2 people, and then you guys got attacked back and forth. So you both are in the wrong. But who's so, and nobody knows what they're talking about. If you ask anybody about what if they're all deep into this stuff, they only go back to a certain date. If you say, well, what happened 5 years before that? They're like, well, blah, 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 blah. They just start giving excuses. So nobody even knows what they're talking about. Angelic upstart. White old monkey, how are you? I'm good, Ramesh, brother. That's rare these days, but funny, the angelic upstarts, angelics with angels with dirty faces. Yeah, super hit. Earthquake, what happened in South America, North America, Far East, flowering 24 hours, places like Europe. I agree, brother. I agree. We have like 33 earthquakes every day on Earth. But yeah, it's our time's about due. Can we hear some of the lyrics you wrote, Richard? Maybe one of these days, brother. What's up, Eddie? I'm from Planet of the Erps. What advances have you made as a race? Not much. Dez, yeah, we got to get out of this place. The Angelic Upstarts record. Was it a long time ago. Dude, I hate Benjamin Netanyahu as much. He's moving the money to Qatar to fund Hamas to justify the genocide. Brother, listen, I would not be shocked. I would not be shocked. This is why I tell people the most important thing we have in life is our personal relationships. And you cannot destroy personal relationships over politics, because you do not know what is true. So if you're getting your politics from one source and they're lying to you, and your buddy's getting their politics from another source and they're getting lied to, so when you guys talk to each other, you both think you're lying to each other, because truth is different. It's different to each other. This is why I tell people, do not break up personal relationships over politics. You do not know what's true. Hey, thank you, Tony, brother. Come on, get it right. It ain't Hamas, it's Hamas. W's. My fear is Islam takes Israel. They'll have unstoppable momentum. They will not look west. Don't underestimate Islam. Thank you, brother. Thank you, my friend. Have a nice night. All right, brother. Have a good night, Scott. Hummus for breakfast. What up, Dr. Wiener? Right, so it's super important to understand that you do not know what is true. And like, if you can say to yourself, don't listen to blah, blah, blah news station because they're liars. If they're allowed to lie, why isn't the news station you listen to allowed to lie? Right? So if you can get news that you believe is fake from one news source, how do you know your news source isn't lying? My name is Ardi Rabsha Pakat, nickname Abdi Kaza from Somaliland, Barma Town. Earthquakes have been reported by me. Please leave me. I found time, place, and magnitude. All right, let's check it out. Religion is the cause of all war. I think it's used as an excuse a lot, brother. I think it's used as an excuse a lot. But people are the cause of war, brother. People. Hummus with chips and crackers. In the world of atomic and quantum mechanics, it's funny people still follow some ridiculous belief like Islam, but look it up. Islam Workshop Saturday at Black Bull at 85. The Impaler of Vlad who was worse than Vlad the Impaler? Bloody Mary was pretty freaking bad, and then Genghis Khan. Yeah, I'd say Genghis Khan. Thank you, brother. Bam. Thank you, my brother. Bam. Yeah, I would say Genghis Khan did the most massacring, but Vlad the Impaler. And look, even freaking what was the guy's name in Iraq? Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein's son had an actual functioning Iron Maiden that he put people in if they didn't do good in sports. It's crazy. I must in my brain. Yep, ideologies. Here's some audio advice for an old accomplished sound man. Please get a breast scrape episode. Yeah, I've got a new mic here too. I got to swap it over. But I also have a pop screen. I just don't have the clamp that connects it to the arm here. I broke it. But I'll get one of these days. I'm gonna take that $2 he just donated to get me one. At the center of Mossad sits the SS. Have a good night, Scott. Dial up like a pop filter. Yeah. Stalin. I only listen to news I could profit off of. Right. Like, and this is the thing. No matter who is in office, there's people that can win, which means anyone can still win. They can still win in life. No matter who's in office, there are still people getting rich and going on vacations and expanding their portfolios, if a Democrat or a Republican or whatever is in office. So you shouldn't throw away what you want to do in life because of a politician. Like, there's so many people that are so absolutely mad that Trump's in office that they're like destroying relationships at work and not putting in for their 401k and like they're not paying their taxes, even though they don't even understand their taxes already came out of their checks. So they're not just because Trump's in office. But Trump's not going to be in office in a few years. But people just don't seem to think ahead to realize, well, when Trump leaves office, then what I'm going to do? We start then? Okay, well, you'll be a couple years behind. I just don't get it. How about Gaddafi? Oh, yeah, so let's check this out. Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you for the fellow chat with kind words. God bless you. God bless you, Tony, brother. Keanu Reeves. What's up, Sir Wellington the Fourth? So the church has a lot of blood on its hands. Yeah, right. Absolutely. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Absolutely. But who's in the church? And how many atheists have killed the most people? Atheists and communists have killed more people than the church. It's just it's humanity. It even doesn't seem very humane. People have there are polar opposites in life, and when they bump up against each other, you can only stay peaceful until your groups grow and reproduce large enough that they bump up against another group. Then you come to realize it's either my group or their group, because there's these resources that we either need to share, but you know that tribe will continue to expand and your tribe will continue to expand. So then it's going to come down to, hey, the water in the well's low. Somebody's got to, and it's just, and people aren't taught that way. Politics these days, or not really these days, but in the past 30 years, have been trying to teach kids that everything's great. Everything will just be fine if everybody had the same amount of money and everybody can get a job. It's bull crap. There's always going to be thieves and robbers. There's always going to be people that want more. There's always going to be people that want to work less for more and are willing to hurt people to get what they want. That just doesn't go away, because you see millionaires that still perform murders for stupid stuff. And if that was winning, and people that still leave the planet as they're millionaires. But Trumpy Wumpy said he's running 2028. I was totally bad. Critical thinking. I think, listen. I think Trump is a troll. I think he's trolling everybody. And look, he's 80 years old. I don't think he's going to run again. I mean, like, even if he did, don't vote for him if he does, if you don't want to vote for him. But I tell you what. Now with what's going on in the Democrat Party, if Trump ran again, I'd probably vote for him. I highly disapprove of Trump, but it's not the point where I'm going to do irrational things. Right. Like, I live in a community of humans. I've got liberals, I've got socialists, I've got Democrats, Republicans, conservatives, and everybody takes care of each other's kids. If a liberal comes to a conservative's house and say, can you pick up my daughter from preschool at 6 p.m. They'll be like, sure, no problem. You want me to get you anything from the store while we're out? They're not like, oh my God, you freaking destroyed the world. Because they got real things to do, and they know that this will pass. Gaddafi. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys this. Gaddafi, you mean Gaddafi. Yeah. Obama killing political parties, kind of a religion. It's turning into that. And this is what's so bad. And they make people feel like they're going to be apostates if they leave. If someone is running for a platform that would help you and your family, your business, and they're not a Democrat or they're not a Republican, you can vote for them because it's going to do the best for your family. And then if somebody comes in, that's the opposite of that party and will do something best for you, your family, or your business, vote for them. People are voting like they can't apostate from their. Even Richard Dawkins has atheism become a religion. Yeah, and it actually has become a religion. They actually have a dogma and stuff now. Humanity is the plague. If I had enough money, humanity would have learned long ago. Nuked them. Atheism isn't a religion, but there are atheists that treat it like one. Right, and the loudest ones, the faces of atheism are the ones. So when people learn about atheism, they're learning it as a religion. They learn, and they're also told that they can't apostate. They're told that they can't leave atheism, or they're just stupid. They don't know enough, and whatever. It's crazy. Shiva, yes, Daisley could become a religion. Yeah, I thought about buying a Blue Yeti myself, mobile studio. It seems pretty decent, punchy vocals. Oh yeah, this one's muted right out. I was just setting it up before I went on stream, but it actually got a nice big capsule in it. 42 million on welfare. That's right. BBC, the boring broadcasting channel. Yeah. Right, Trump can't run again, right? They're blaming the rich, the bottom 2% that scourge the country. Right, that's absolutely correct. And because they don't want you looking up. They don't want you looking down. They want to keep you confused and thinking, wow, if I just vote differently, this will all change. No, you've got crime-ridden streets and people dying in the streets. Do you know how many people are dying in the UK? I mean, in Europe, from not having air conditioning? I saw this earlier today that more people are dying from not having air conditioning every year in Europe. More people are dying from heat-related illnesses than people are killed with guns in America by a lot. If Trump gets to run a third term, it will be Obama versus Trump 2028. That's what I would see too. Trump stop been running for years now. Yeah, double tap that screen, brother. Trump needs an act of Congress to be able to run a third term, yeah. Or to currently be in a war. I'm ending again with my relationship with Angela. Georgie, I'm glad you did that, brother. How you doing? Final Fantasy VIII. Oh, I wanted to show you guys this. Don't remind me. Let me run through these real quick. Thank you, Paul, brother. I really appreciate it, my friend. Thank you very much. Okay, here. What was his name? What was Saddam Hussein's kid's name? Hussein, who owned an Iron Maiden. Uday Hussein kept a medieval torture device called Iron Maiden in Baghdad to punish underperforming athletes. So athletes that they were trying to they wanted Iraq to be able to compete in the Olympics. So he got a bunch of Olympic caliber athletes, and if they didn't perform well, he tortured and killed them in an Iron Maiden. So just because we didn't hear stories about that doesn't mean stuff like Vlad the Impaler isn't still happening. There's still crazy people. We think, because we live comfortably with our internet and air conditioning, we think that this stuff is long past and humanity has evolved. It hasn't. It absolutely has not. Same as the chosen ones. Uday Hussein's Iron Maiden. Here it is. Here it is. People trying to bring racism when it's not necessarily into politics. No, I'll tell you what happens, Shiva. When you hear people get called racist, Islamophobic, transphobic, homophobic, the reason people say that, the reason people say you're being that, is often because those groups or people in those groups are acting badly, and they want to stop you from calling out bad behavior, so they use words like that to try to protect their group from looking bad. So instead of saying, hey, why do you blah 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 people do this all the time, they'll be like, you're blank phobic, which means, no, we're not a problem, you're the problem because you're not okay with it. That's crazy. Obama, God save the king. God save the queen. That ain't no human being. That made you a moron. Potential H-bomb. You can stop racism if the anti-racist is the biggest racist of all. Right. You have to understand that the pendulum will always swing back. The people that were felt to be oppressed recently are now feel that they've got power. And this is what continues horrible atrocities in life. This is why war won't stop. If you gave Israel all the power, they'd wipe out Gaza. If you gave Gaza all the power, they'd wipe out Israel. So you got to flip a coin on who's going to die. It's like, so it's a very, very difficult thing. Undane and Obummer. What up, 898? You remember it? All speech is harmless in reality. For instance, public neo-Nazi speech ostracize minorities in America. No. All speech isn't harmless because not all people there's not a whole lot of people. Most people are very easily swayed by speech. Most people are very easily manipulated. Absolutely. Think about all the things we've been taught incorrectly in school. And then you learn later that, oh, that wasn't right, but you believed it hook, line, and sinker because this teacher said it. A figure of authority said it to you. So a lot of people, when they're told, oh, Trump's going to burn the country down and destroy everybody and you won't be able to pee in the bathroom and blah, 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 blah. Like, they just wanted to make sure that they had a boogeyman. So when they look to see how their lives are going horribly, they can blame it on somebody. Man, if Trump wasn't in office, I'd be a millionaire. Sure. How much money did you have the day before he got elected? Well, I was in debt. And, right, yeah, no, it's full of crap. People are full of crap. This is why war happens, because people are full of crap. Say it louder for the retards in the back. Well, some people, also these kids, I tell you, mankind is evil continually. Right, absolutely. They always want what other people have. And there's very few actual adults that are willing. There's very few adults that are willing. You know when you see parents of kids that are like bad all the time, when you can see it in their eyes, they're just like, oh, I give up. Well, that's what happens. When the adults are worn down, they give up and then they get overrun. And then they're like, okay, I've let this go on too long. I got to pull out the belt. But in real life, the belt is guns and bombs and stuff. You can't believe anything the Bush administration said about Iraq. No, and I didn't realize this at the time, but when you go back and watch those weapons of mass destruction press briefs, they were using animation and drawings. They were saying here's a truck and here's where the weapons of mass destruction are, and they weren't even photographs. They were drawings. They were evil ass. Yeah, brother. They were definitely, yeah. Imagine being slammed into that thing. Aladdin the Dictator, played by Sacha Baron Cohen as Gaddafi. I never saw that. Hussein's Iron Maiden band, Sons of Saddam. That was a good post. Sometimes they're projecting, but sometimes people are actually bigots. Every situation is different. Right, but I honestly believe that in a standard society like America, so few people are actual bigots. So few, but their voices are amplified. So think about it. If there's 1,000 purple people and there's one person that's a bigot against purple people, you've got 1,000 purple people all talking about somebody. So 1,000 voices that are talking about one thing, making it appear that the whole group is hateful. When it's not. Like go back to slavery. It's slavery in the Americas. Only 4% of American families held slaves. Not 94%, 4%. So if only 4%, why does everybody think that all white people had slaves, right? Because so many people are screaming at so few that to the people that do not know what they're talking about, it sounds like everybody was a slave. No, they're just yelling at so many are yelling at few, but outside of that, it seems like, oh, wow, everything. That's human nature, right? Should we care about the fixed gang violence in Chicago? Leftist here's racism. Right. So it seems like they want it to go on. I'm Mr. Comment. What up, Booster Fail? There it is. Isn't getting life expenses down to affordability going to help people plus the economy? That should be priority number one. Politics, certain crime would decrease as well. Right. I honestly believe that we went so wackadoo left that it's going to cost a lot to fix that. Now, if we actually see real numbers, then the economy will correct. Knowing how many people were let into America, knowing how many companies were like, oh man, we can basically raise our prices on everything because we've got minimum 25 million people that are getting government assistance for housing and food and whatnot. So they raised the prices because they don't care if we can afford it, because these people have a card or a program that will pay the rent and stuff. So I think all of that will reset once things calm down. By the way, Richard, with that new medicine that I'm taking to control my heart rate, I'm a Diron. I can't take any of the supplements like Plegard, Paragard, Turbic, creatine, and others in my med. Wow. Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, yeah. If you got a lifetime full of not treating your body the best, right? Then. And that can be a problem. This is why the education to the young is so important, to make sure that they understand that vitamin and mineral deficiency has real world consequences. Because then if you end up 60 years old and you have problems from a vitamin deficiency that finally gets corrected, what damage was done now needs a pharmaceutical to correct. Yeah. Biochemical. I'm going to the park. What I show is, hello, I'm at the park. Should I go on slide, swing, or parkour? All of them. Domination? All of them. Post William? Is that the Obama's bedroom? What up, Mr. Chili? The devil is always going to be out to cause damage. Right, absolutely. Saints Iron Maiden band. Big Mike's bed. The Texas government passed a bill to force school kids to read the Bible in school. Yeah, I heard that was passed. I haven't looked into it yet. I'll read it probably tonight or tomorrow morning to find out what it actually is. When I went to school, we said the Lord's Prayer in public school. We had to stand up every morning in first period, and we had to say the Lord's Prayer, and we had to speak the Pledge of Allegiance. And so I don't know if that's what they're going back to, or if they're actually like, hey, read the Bible, read cover to cover, before you get. I got to find out what the actual details are on that. Hello, brother. Bad night. Bad night tonight. People don't care about each other anymore. No, right. I agree. And I think we've been so desensitized to violence and so fractured politically that people think lives would be better if other people weren't here anymore. I'm eating this new sauce called Hellman's Chili Lime Mayonnaise. Hellman's Chili Lime Mayonnaise. Is that your stuff right there, brother? Think about all the escape stuff. The cycle of reincarnation. Humanity is evil. That old picture of Barry with his male friend in college. Ellen Dance, not crazy. Joan Rivers wasn't either. I agree. No, it's absolutely evil. It's absolutely evil. And if you start to look back to see what the Middle East was before America started and UK started helping them spend their oil money. I mean, they're very young. They're a very young society, and they're spending money like they've had it forever. No, they're not spending they're spending money like they just got it. My apologies. So they're not investing properly. There was a big study that came out about how the water that was like 10,000 years old underneath the Middle East has been drained 90% of its draining, and it's causing the land to sink, which means all the barriers they had to stop wind from blowing sand in and stuff around areas like Dubai and Medina and other important areas in the Middle East are all going wackadoo. And the salt water that they were desalinating using the oil, they use the oil that they pump up to get like a gas off of that to run to get power and sulfuric acid to desalinate the water from like the Persian Sea But then the salt that comes out of that, they push back into the Persian Sea. So now the Persian Sea is like 50 times saltier than it was when they started, which means they've got to use even more power, and they get less water per day and more salt per day. And now the temperature rise because the water can't evaporate as efficiently. You're not going to get cool breezes. So now they have to use more money for air conditioning and whatnot. And so they're actually damaging their habitat, their environment. Which is odd because it's like they were saying we were going to have issues from running air conditioning and stuff, but they're really having issues. And the amount of water that they use and desalinated for that was being used for like growing grains. That's one of the like Saudi Arabia's main exports is grains. But then all the grains that leave also, when those grains are the water that they use to grow those grains. So that water isn't evaporating and falling back down and filling their basins. It's being shipped around the world. So they're using water to grow a crop to send around the world. And so that water is not staying in the bubble. You should watch Aladdin the Dictator. All right, I'll watch it one of these days. This is how you make the best brisket in Texas. I like freaking brisket. That's what this stuff here, Nigel. I think the term bigot is overused. I can't help but feel empathetic for gays. It's not political. Just decently follow humans. I mean, listen, but the problem is the politics. Like there's gay Trump supporters. There's trans Trump supporters. So it's not political. A lot of the community is captured. But right, so if you had to be in the LGBTQ community, if you were gay or trans, and you had to be in the LGBTQ community and vote Democrat, then I'd understand it. But there are gay and trans Trump supporters, so it's just captured. They're not gonna, and the rhetoric about what they think is going to happen. But people don't remember, like the people that are saying this about Trump don't remember that Trump was a Democrat for his whole life until 2016. So he is on board with that stuff. But they're saying this stuff to keep people scared and try to scare people into voting the way they want them to vote. And that's what we need. Listen, I'm old enough to remember, dude, gay people in the 90s were no problem. They were out holding hands and whatnot. There weren't pride festivals and pride parades and whatnot. But gay people, there was no problem. There's no problem. It's just when they politicized sex and sexuality is when everything went wackadoo. I don't see it, brother Tony. I learned less of life too. Don't worry about it. It's great. You're still great. Make sure to learn how to beat your own best friend. Hold on, I learned 2 lessons too. Don't worry, you're still great. Make sure to learn how to beat your own best friend. People always let us down. 96% are Jewish. Of who? I missed it. I think. Who was? The brisket was Jewish. I don't know what's going on. Is that the Iron Maiden, the basement terrorist guys out? Yeah, this was in Uday Hussein's house. And they, oh man, I'm really far behind. That was in Uday Hussein's house. Yeah, I'm just far behind. I'm not missing your guys' stuff. I'm really far behind. 4% of the South, I heard it was 1.4% of people own slaves. It's 4% of families. 4% of families. But yeah, and only 300,000 people, there was only 300,000 people, black people that were slaves in America. Everybody's just been lied to about everything over and over again. Thank you, Georgie. I lived around everybody far. White people are the least racist people, except for, well, white people ended slavery. And there's still slavery going on in the Middle East and Africa. So it's absolutely not beat up. No, do not beat up yourself if you had a bad day. Okay, my apologies. What do you think about the Jews having so much power? I don't really care. And this is why. If they have power, is it because they're Jewish? And if it's not because they're Jewish, then why hasn't another group copied the game plan and either competed with them or took it from it? Or is there something that I'm missing? That like a reason that other company or other cultures or ethnicities don't. Word, that would be not hard to good clean. That would be not hard to get a good clean. It's definitely a smaller government. I agree. Bernie today is a $20 hour. Yeah, they're trying to destroy small businesses. Don't listen to the Democrats when they say they're for small business. They're not. They're helping out big business. Big business is the only people that can pay $20 an hour minimum wage. That means all the small businesses will have to close, and then the big businesses take over. Do not believe them when they say they're for the working man. Land of the free, socialism, land of the free until the government owns you. Right? You can't be socialist inside of the bubble. You can be socialist inside of a bubble of capitalism, because the capitalist main government, the overseeing government, will cover that until you ruin everything, and then you'll be rich, and then the people will be poor, and then the federal government have to come in and reset everything. What's a wackadoodle? Is it me and Angela tried rascalizing her? I thought immigrants were going to replenish the workforce. Robots. Right. That's all crap. I'm ready to go anytime. Uh-oh. What's your consumption of B12 daily? Once in the morning. Yes, in the morning I take 5,000 micrograms of methylcobalamin B12, and I take 2,500 micrograms of methylfolate. I tell you, that sucks. I hope you could at least manage that heart issue. Yeah, brother. I'm in the park right now, too. Georgie's in the park. Make sure you go on the slide where it's been in the sun all day for years. We pledge allegiance to the flag every morning. Democrats are the party of open borders, men and girls sports, fraud, and socialism. It absolutely appears that way. And it's so crazy how we got there. In public school in Los Angeles, I remember pledging allegiance in the 80s. Yeah, I was born in 77. Yeah, it looks like it too. And dude, the Democrats are very fractured right now. I was listening to one of the leaders of the Democratic Party today, and he's saying he's trying to make it so the communists, the socialists, can't be sat in Congress, because they if they pledge their allegiance to uphold the Constitution, then everybody that voted for them, they were lying to, because they said they wanted to tear it all down. So, but if they don't pledge allegiance to the flag and to the Constitution, to upkeep the Constitution, then they can't be seated. So it might just be a freaking big old, they got a whole bunch of money donated to them, and it might be a big money grab. We've always done the Pledge of Allegiance. Ain't the cartel mafia anymore. The person inside of us. Yep. Democrats are party of open borders. Yep. Oil is the root of all evil. It looks like water is going that way. I can still take D3, B9, B12. The doctor said only may have helped continue. Not only may help me, but will continue to help my heart. Right. That's okay. So you only stop the other supplements. You're still taking the vitamins. Right. That's right. I thought that would be so weird to stop that. Right. Lower ventricle misfire. Right. They were literally nomads. Yeah, I don't either. Africa's worse than the Middle East. Right. And the problem is they keep lying to us about it. If they give us these education points, these points about Africa, but when you actually go and look and talk to Africans, it's absolutely destroyed. There's like a couple of people in government that are super rich, and they're load shedding, and the Chinese are making loans with them to keep the lights on, and then it's really, really, really disgusting. Americans call Iranians terrorists, and Iranians call Americans terrorists. We must look at this from a non-biased lens. Right, yeah, well, yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. But the problem is, the IRGC, the IRGC are also fighting the non-compliant Muslim countries around them, right? So because they disagree on some tenets of Islam. Democrats are the party of open borders. That's correct. Scott Bassett. Are there? Yes, there absolutely is. Yeah, there's Gays for Trump. There's a coalition called Gays for Trump. Dude, I do have serious trust issues. I still have to choose life. Either fix the chemistry or cardiac arrest. Yeah, fix the chemistry, brother. People don't know Trump flipped a lot of the rich Democrats too. 50 Cent, Mike Tyson, Rogan. Right. Yeah, Elon Musk. Yeah. Good evening, Papa Bear. The lifelong Democrats and friends of Trump, the list goes on and on. They flip with Trump. Right. And a lot of people flipped and didn't say anything because there was so much fear for left-wing violence that they would say that they're liberal. But when you see the voting record, obviously enough people voted for Trump that if you go by the internet, it seemed like there was only 10 Trump supporters, 10 years ago. But now everybody's going, yeah, I agree with you that somewhat you say, and I don't. You're respectful, though. I think people understand 40 never learned how to disagree. I agree. I agree with you 100%, brother. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, I got you. People under 40. Yeah, right. And that's a big problem. And I also think no, not Andy Dick. I also think that a lot of people are illiterate now, functionally illiterate. And we're graduating people. Like, there's a lawsuit going on right now for this girl who was graduated because she was, and graduated with honors because she was Hispanic, and they didn't want to be called racists by failing her. But now she's suing her high school because she can't read, and they graduated her with honors, so they just pushed her through so that they wouldn't be like, oh, you gotta this you can't speak enough English. And so now they're suing. So how many people, and this is the way illiterate people act, when they can't read or they can't comprehend topics, and then they want to be political, so they say blah 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 is the best candidate, or blah 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 is a Nazi, or blah 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 blah, and then you say, oh, why, what happened? And they'll just be like, Google it, you freaking stupid, because they don't know, they can't read it, but they were told by people that they look up to that this was true. So that's why they get so crazy, because they can't answer the question. They do not have the answer, but they have degrees, they have diplomas, so they should have this info. They don't. When you are up the ladder, you tend to pull it up. That gatekeeping, yeah, that absolutely happens, Ed. The reason the Jews are so powerful group is because they stick together in every country they live in. They help their own, give zero interest loans to banks. Right, I can agree with that, and I can also agree with they are a very tight-knit community, and they have very high birth rates. So, like they stick together, they spend together. If any other community would do that, they can guarantee their companies succeed, because they can guarantee, like in the black community, very oftentimes black owned businesses will overcharge black customers because they're like, hey, I'm not, I'm a black owned business, so they're not going to get very many white customers, so they need to get as much money they can out of their own community. So then they end up going out of business because they can't they're not just open to everybody. I mean, they say they are, but then, so then that happens a lot. But in the Jewish community, they do it the opposite way. They're trying to help their community with lower prices and whatnot, so then they have a lot more community involvement, and then other group involvement. 300,000 is the number of slaves shipped to North America from Africa. There were more slaves than that in the U.S. because slaves were allowed to have families. Because in the Arabian Peninsula, they castrated their slaves so that they couldn't reproduce. Jews stick together and always get together and converse about a lot of ideas. Yeah, I'd imagine. I'm not Andy Dick, brother. Somebody, and argue and such. Men and girls sports, it needs to stop. Yeah. Wait, was that wackadoo right now? I got to rewind. What up, Thadiel? It's a big part of their culture, basically getting together and talking for hours and hours and hours. And and like white people like me and freaking other blacks and like Arabs, they're all on their phones, and then they're separating themselves amongst Republican and Democrat, liberal and conservative. They're not looking past, their religion of ideology. They're not looking past their political ideologies. And it's vicious. If you look online, how black Democrats treat back black Republicans. So it's like, well, you just fractured that already small group. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And then they talk about needing to stick together. It doesn't work. I've tried as well to develop cerebral cortex, and the Jews have great moves. They're a team. Wackadoos. Get you a shirt. I got wackadoo shirts and hats. 110thgrade.com. Yeah, get you some. I got some wackadoo hats and shirts. $16. So if you're a religious man, you should pray and listen to your God time and time. Son of Jesus Christ, you should never pray. At least you should never pay your lease to any flag. I agree. Andy Dick, do you think the Jews are bad? Listen. A lot of people want me to hate the Jews. I just don't get good information on why. People say they own everything, so you should hate them. But if they are no longer owning anything, then some other group will just take their place. I don't understand what the absolute abject horror is. And I think a lot of people don't understand the difference between Jewish as a religion and Jewish as an ethnicity. But I don't know. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate Muslims. I don't hate blacks. I don't hate Jews. I don't hate dogs. I don't hate cats. Anthony Weiner got bullied out of San Francisco. Right? I saw that, dude. And those are the Democrats pushing another Democrat out because of his support for Gaza, or his support for Israel. That's what the deal with New York City elects being to refuse the ability to claim the seat because of communism laws. Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah. Well, I mean, they can lie. They can lie. The communists. Anybody, you have to say, I give my oath to uphold the Constitution. And if they say, I'm not going to uphold this Constitution, I want to burn it down, then supposedly they don't get a seat. And Republicans are devil worshippers. They only worship Satan. The devil don't worship Jehovah God Almighty. Edna? Alfred Hitchcock. How far? I don't know. I'm pretty far behind. Yeah, I'm way far behind. Jeez, I got to jump forward a couple pages. All right, sorry. Social democracy is a good system. Here in Finland is 10 times better than America. Yeah, but you have to understand the truth behind that. They're being funded from outside countries. There's capitalist countries doing business in the social system, keeping everything going, and then the money that's made from like America and the UK and Germany into Finland is what props them up, because then the Finnish government takes like 45% of the taxes that comes in even from around the country. But so they're not doing it on their own, is what I'm saying. They're not doing it on their own. They're like socialists inside of a capitalist bubble. If they just had all of their own companies, all their own food companies, they wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, 38 to 52%. Finland has a tiny population too, right? It's ethnically homogenous, right? People should ban calculators and learn the multiplication tables again too. I agree. I absolutely agree. Listen, they should be banned until like 6th grade. You should not be able to use calculators until you're like at 6th grade. Yeah, fourth. Well, I agree with that. I'm libertarian because the red and blue teams are a joke. I agree. The average tax rates that you can find compared to Finland is less than 99% white ethnic population. California alone has larger population than all Scandinavia. That's true. What up, freak out tent? Even pride parades have become violent. Yes, that's crazy. New York City only has 10% voter turnout. That means 75% of New York Democrats didn't vote. Right? Yeah. It's going to be absolutely crazy. Does Finland still have kings that compares to the U.S. border Third World Revolution? Yeah, they're drowning themselves too. The younger generation is also going to have problems being illiterate because he's right. No, and they're being pushed through. They're being pushed through school without being able to read. I'm saying social democracy work if the people are competent. Right, if the people are competent. And that's what we wrong here in America is we don't even have enough time to make our own native population competent when we're flooding ourselves with outsiders that we can't make competent either. We've got to have ourselves competent first. And that's a problem, right? Our own people are falling behind. Did you see Iran attacked Bahrain and Kuwait today? Reports no casualties, which is good. Yes, I did see that. I also heard that they also attacked the USS Abraham Lincoln. Ain't gonna be good, brother. And I'm telling you what, I think I know. A lot of people were saying, Trump, blah blah blah. They're gonna give $300 billion to Iran. I think it's crap. I think Trump knows that they're never gonna stop fighting. So when the IRGC is taken out, and there's a vote able to have for the Persian people of Iran, they'll realize that our government could have gotten $300 billion to make it a top-class, world-class country, but they gave it up to keep this crap going. I think he knew that they were never going to back down, that money was never going to be spent. I think it was all marketing. I think white nations organized small. Yeah, there's definitely many variables. Communism works to the primal, the oxpecker, large and cream coming soon. I'm working on it. Gwen, how are you? Tyler, it's not how diverse the nation, how competent the people are, such tourism fail with. Right. But when you have a diverse nation that has not assimilated, you can't train people in 12 different languages. And the reason our kids are illiterate in America is because we're flooding our classes with not just Hispanic people, but also Arabs and French and German and people that speak a bunch of different languages. So a teacher is just trying to get through the class, and a classroom can only excel as fast as the slowest student. The larger and more diverse culture, so I guess sharing gets more complicated. I agree with that also. Very small nations. The tiny hat. Genesis 12:3. And I bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curse thee, and these shall be failures out of the earth. Blessed on earth. Earth be blessed. Psalms 122:6. Pray for the peace of the Jerusalem. They shall prosper that love forever. Why are you obsessed with whites? Whites doesn't guarantee a successful system. The thing, what it comes down to is, if you look back at history, it took a homogenous group of people to split away from England to make freedom. America was the first country that allowed religious freedom and religious tolerances and social freedoms and tolerances. Then that attracted the rest of the world. But a lot of the rest of the world that came in do not share those values and now say that they're offended by those values and are trying to change that. Trump's transcripts are incomprehensible. The worst thing a nation, people, group, individual persons could do is attack the opposite God's chosen people, either support them or look at history. Yeah, right. People aren't taught history. From what I've learned, Zionism came as a European nationalist movement, not from the ancient Jews. Right, and most people don't know that. They just hear the word Jew. Even Jews oppose the creation of Israel in the past. They see it as rebel against God. Israel's a poop hole. Trump at the time. Find me some evidence so we can go to court with that, brother. Nobody can find any. The news ain't lying about what's happened. Warship being attacked by Iran. That's a lie. What's a lie, Yalson, brother? I know I'm slow and far behind. Don't say that. Trump will miss his childhood. Fred Epstein. America's the greatest evil to the world. Brother, I gotta disagree. Everywhere else in the world still has slavery. What do you mean? What do you think with that? What do you think of that? Everywhere else in the world that's not the West has slavery. There's still slavery in the Middle East. There's still slavery in Africa. Chomo loving half-wit embarrassments. Okay, that why isn't he in jail, dude? Yeah. Katie Johnson, right. So why isn't he in jail? And supposedly that's coming out. Hopefully, we'll see. I'll change my mind when I see the evidence. But you guys have been saying that for decades. That got me to the point to be on his side. No ship got attacked today. It was Bahrain and Kuwait. I could have swore, brother. USS Abraham Lincoln attack. Iran's military has repeatedly claimed to have targeted and struck the USS Abraham Lincoln supercarrier. Nuclear fans will actual, and it's currently launching sorties. So maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know. In Iraq, Highway 7, Irish Boulevard was famous for IEDs made by the IRA. They weren't all from Iran. I don't follow the whole God's chosen people thing. I think comprehend the Bible differently, but I don't blindly hate any people who would suggest to anyone. All right, Tony, have a good night, brother. All Jews hate non-Jews. They call us goyim. Goyim the Talmud. Where some human beasts? They killed Jesus. Of course, we could use generalizations. Right, yeah. So when Jesus was crucified on the cross, it was Trump's fault? No, it wasn't Trump's fault. Good night and Godspeed, brother. Not quite. The Bible says there's no Jew, no Roman, no Greek, or else you're all one in God. That's correct. Okay, let's see where we're at here. All right, let's see. Bam. Get you a wackadoo shirt or wackadoo hat, 110thgrade.com. All right, what are we looking for? Here? Let's go here. Let's check it out. All right. Boom, boom. Gypsy slums. It was definitely Obama's fault. Talmud has some insane stuff in it. Yes, it does. New Testament says that, but not the Old. Right. The New Testament is the New Testament. The Old Testament was the previous testament. That's the delineation line. Wackadoo, not wackadooer. Did Trump say he would release the Epstein files? Yeah, they got released at 5 o'clock tonight. Or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yeah, it was 5 p.m. was when they were re-releasing it. I think you can still go to the website now. We're not going to go through Epstein files right now. We can do it tomorrow. But yeah, today at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the redactions were supposed to come off. And Christ, we were one Not general, recheck the scripture. Democrats didn't say shit about Epstein when the Democrats were unlived in jail. You're all Democrats covering for it. Right, and it's so obvious now. It's so obvious. Like, dude, they tried to kill Trump. They tried to freaking jail him. They tried to cancel how he could get elected, like took him off the ballot in multiple states. If he was in the Epstein files doing something malicious or something bad, they would have pushed it. They would have used it, absolutely. They used bullets, for goodness sake. I just don't believe it anymore. And I did. I believed all that wackadoo bullshit for years, and I don't believe it anymore. I just want to see evidence. And until that, he's my president. And until there's someone up against, he find me evidence, then he won't be. I'll find someone else to try to lead the country. But for right now, you're not gonna get me to look away just because some dude on the internet chat room says something about it, right? It's just, how many times has it been said over and over again? The Talmud uses complex legal debates, hypothetical scenarios, and colorful metaphors, reading a single translated sentence out of context, but easily interpret. What up, Hippocrates? Just checking y'all behaving good. Nothing to see here. Now, Talmud is a bunch of rabbi arguments, legal understandings, long centuries, right? Help me out then, Co-Sider. You old or new? Maybe the Veritasium video. All right, yeah, we can check that out. But Jesus said to take the Old Testament as they would his word. Right, but he gave new rules, new ways to go throughout life, like the eating thing, for instance. Like when there was issues with pork and seafood, shelled and whatnot. And then in the New Testament, it was reclaimed, saying it's more important that you're clean of spirit rather than eating what you consider as dirty. Mount Vernon is amazing, worth a vacation to see it. The museum is amazing. Mount Vernon. People need to realize that the chosen people God was promised Abraham and his descendants after Jesus came and went. There was no more chosen ones who went chosen through Jesus. That's right. That's it. A bunch of rabbis writing down their beliefs and arguments. Right. It's basically like what to the Muslims you have the Hadith and which is basically the writings and speakings. Okay, Coast Rider was covered for the Democrats that unallied Epstein. Crazy. Right. And look, the Democrats let in almost 400,000 unaccompanied minors. At least Trump's administration found like almost 190,000 of them. Yeah, I noticed a huge amount of illiteracy among Mexican Americans in the early 2000s in Los Angeles. They could barely text, and reading comprehension was part of the third grader. Good question. Trump missed childhood. Fred Epstein, I don't know, brother. There ain't no evidence of that. Do you mean like there's no evidence that he did anything? I mean, this is the thing, and I understand that because I've been in the movie industry, so I've been around some horrible people that I didn't find out were horrible until they got arrested and whatnot. So I can be in that same situation had that happen, and so I'm going to give him the same grace. John Goldbunny, what up, brother? I absolutely don't. But I absolutely want there to be evidence, and then so we can hang them. No, do you understand that? You can't just say that. You can't just be some chick that says, this rich guy said he would marry me, but then he didn't, so can I get all of his money? He touched me. No, you can't do that. You can't keep using false allegations, false allegations. Yeah, no, just find the freaking evidence, and I'm on your side. Romans 11:29, for the gifts from God about repentance. Jeez, I can't read. No, neither was Jared. The Abrahamic God is consolidation from prior polytheistic patrons. Pantheons. Yahweh was a Canaanite god of war and storms. People need to realize that the chosen people thing was God's promise to Abraham. Lord Jesus, don't say that Trump went to Israel execute you. God's chosen people. He had powers that Canaanites, almost dedicated god of metallurgy. Jews are not the chosen people. They often break their covenant. Romans 11:29, for the gifts of calling God without repentance, they choose God's chosen people. I'm going to miss lurking this show after the Marxists, my daddy's taking over. They're only Jews, polytheists, other people. No, Barry, say again. Have you ever seen the videos of migrants coming through the border and they just throw their identification card? Yeah, I watched that yesterday. We watched it on stream yesterday. Yeah. His approval rating is higher than Trump's. Is Mondami a socialist? Yeah, he's a socialist. MAGA supports pedos. They're all sick. Brother, you can't. I wish that was true. But why did the Democrats not do what the Republicans are doing now? I can't help you, brother. I'm trying. I can't find the stuff you say. So many children were captured out of sex slavery in these past 2 years that were let in over the past 4 previous. So I can't just listen to the propaganda crap. I need to see some evidence here. Yeah, he calls himself a democratic socialist, right? Do you remember when the Democrats, Adam Anthony Kostrider, told us that full of crap Epstein didn't kill himself? Mandami's Muslim Brotherhood sees him as a useful criminal. Yep, I think it is too. I think Osama killed Epstein. Osama or Obama? All right, let's see what we can see here. All right, Mount Vernon. This is that big 280-pound black dude in the hoodie killed Epstein. We all saw the video of him going to the cell. Yeah, all I want is evidence. I mean, I understand you want to tell stories. I don't understand why, like what is making you unhappy with Trump? Like, you could say that. You could say what your issue is, because if you had proof that he was a pedo, then I would have that proof, and I don't have it. So unless you can dig deeper than I can. And I probably have a much larger network to more important people militarily and politically than you do. And I think I would have at least a sliver of it. I don't have a sliver. The only evidence that I have now is that in the Epstein files is that Trump told the police to look at Epstein and look at Ghislaine Maxwell. That's what I got. So that's the only person that was calling the cops on Epstein and his associates. Carl Sandburg's 6 volumes, Abraham Lincoln's the Treasure, amazing set. Lincoln went from a dirt floor cabin to the White House. That's right. I think it was that cop, that ex-cop they have in his cell, as Epstein, the cop, was in prison for murder done, yeah. As against welfare for average Americans, but likes it for the corporate. No, I don't think you understand, Chad. No, that's not the thing. I mean, at least, maybe Jason does, but the thing is, you need to be able to have a place to work. You need to have industry, and you absolutely need to. So if you bail out a company that's got thousands of people working for it, you are bailing out the people. It all depends how you're looking at it. One question. If the CIA Mossad ordered it, Trump never had an evidence on Iran. Yeah, I got no idea. I never saw any either. You don't like Trump because his good dashing looks. Trump likes supermodels. He doesn't like children, right? I can't. I mean, you can say it as much as you want, but listen, all I want is evidence. I'll be on your side, but I'm not going to be a socialist. Those who will not learn from history are condemned to repeat it. I agree. They never show his face, Epstein, when he's killed Epstein. In this last video, they showed facts all day, but the issue with Trump is his massive amount of lies and the support for Israel. Imagine when he said, we'll destroy Iran missile system. Yeah, I mean, listen. If the war was over and they weren't destroyed, I could understand that. But you can't act like it's over. If he says that they're going to destroy them, and then he leaves them a bunch there, he ends his presidency, and there's a bunch of missiles flying out of there. As what from any information I can get, they've got drones. They don't have any missiles left, at least no missile development sites, and the warehouses and the factories that they were building their armaments in have been destroyed. And that's only knowledge that I got. So if you got something different, let me know. The person who killed him doesn't matter. It was a hit. We want evidence. All we get is bullshit. Right. So but we can't falsely accuse. You wouldn't want to be falsely accused. And imagine, this is probably all documented. The FBI has probably recorded all this stuff in all these chat rooms. So if you're known as a false accuser in chat rooms, you'll probably end up getting bit by that. So don't do that stuff. They have proof Biden showered with his daughter. Right. And he sniffs little kids and stuff. It's like there's way more evidence for him. All right, see you tomorrow, Siraj. Trickle-down economics theory has been proven wrong. 50 years growing income equality, cutting taxes for business only increases profits, doesn't improve wages. Well, it did. And listen, I'm 49 years old, so I remember when this worked. I remember when it worked. And then everybody started stealing all the tax money and giving it to people for sex changes and whatnot. That's absolutely drawn. If this proves to be true, if it proves to be true that we've actually lost like $4 trillion to fraud, then I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If that gets zipped up, if the flow of fraud money gets zipped up, and we're going to be a very, very rich country. Look how many countries lost their left wing elections just over the past year. Seven South American countries went left wing to right wing in a year. In a year, because USAID and the fraud wasn't keeping them alive, they didn't have the money that was going from USAID to South America to pump up the left wing, because the left wing in those countries didn't have support. They were getting support, financial support from America. And now that's done. A bunch of countries are switching sides because it was all being funded. It was all funded by the Democrats. And there's at least evidence for that. Spirit was a zombie company. That's why we did not bail them out. Zombie was where all the money goes. Yeah, zombie. Right. I think pretty much destroy Iran's missile system as far as now. Yeah, the vice president was just on Bill Maher, and he basically said that, well, you didn't destroy their stuff. And he said, what's not destroyed? And he was like, well, he said we want the dust. And he was like, we'll get it. So, I see no reason Epstein would off himself. I figured he was waiting to get out. I don't really think he did either. I mean, listen, if someone killed him and then wrote a note to not get arrested for murder, but then again, that would only be speculation too. The U.S. military destroyed most of Iran's missile capabilities. They only have attack drones now. Right, that's the way I see it. And it's not because I'm a conservative or a liberal. It's because that's the evidence I've got to work with. Chad said, welcome to Marxism, the Democrat dad. Is that true? Yes, they just did. They in New York, they just hired they just elected 2 Marxists. Iran's missile system are still there. Probably be more than $300 billion investment, not American money. Now, I don't think that $300 billion's ever going there. I think that was a negotiating trick to let all of the Iranian people know that it was an offer made to their government to make their lives better. And then they knew that the IRGC was never going to take it. I think it was all part of the marketing campaign to the Iranian people to be like, your government could have made this a top class country with the money we were going to give them, but they decided to try to kill us, continue to kill us. That's what I think it was. There was never going to be a dime of money transferred over that way of $300 billion. Papa Bear, you're right. They're getting a lot of drones secretly from China, but China did not did that drone attack on Bahrain and Kuwait, right? Why did the U.S. start the war in Iran anyway? So what I was told was that there's American and Israeli spies all over the country, all over the world, and the spies said that there was an attack that they were planning to do, and apparently that's why all of the main Iranian leaders were all in one place, because they were going to communicate about when they were going to attack. Apparently they were about to attack. So while the spies let the Americans or the Israelis know, hey, they're about to attack this country, whatever. And I don't know what country that was. But for the first time in like 10 years, they were all in the same building bunker. And then so that it was like, it's now or never. Alexis Day, Tocorda Villa, in the art of association, was amazed by how Americans constantly form civic, religious, and recreational groups to solve local problems rather than waiting for the government. Right, and we used to do that. Our churches and mosques and synagogues used to help their local drug addicts and homeless and whatnot. It used to be the churches, the spirit, it used to be the groups. And then the government was like, oh, well, we'll take hold of that. And now they're doing a worse job. The fraud squad. Yeah, that was the purpose, right? How to know the missile system is still there. Right. It's just speculation. We don't know. They're not firing any missiles. They're using one-way drones. They try to frame Trump like how they frame Michael Jackson. I don't think he is either. Yeah, I don't think he is either. Listen, if you show me evidence of anybody being a pedo, I'm 100% with you to get them off the planet. Republican BS. Bullpup, and every Republican is nothing but a lying, treating traitor. What do you think about the Democrats, Bobby? Bobby? To keep Iran from developing a nuclear missile. Well, listen, I think it was like I just said. I know I'm far behind, but that's what I just said about there's spies in the IRGC that said that an attack was about to happen, and the not Ahmadinejad, what's the guy's name? I can't remember the guy's name, but they were all in that same bunker, apparently planning to start that attack, and that's why they were in that deep underground bunker. Trump did. Fraud in Minnesota made me a Republican. Right, me too, brother, me too. Me too, and a lot of people. I can see African people shorts inside. 8 years Democrat running up to get them help, and they try to get help from Republicans to feed their children so their children don't die. I can see Africa people shorts. 8 years of Democrat. They're not. I mean, that's not Democrat or Republican. Those are NGOs, non-governmental organizations. So the Democrats will take credit for it, but it's not. It's not Democrats or Republicans. It's the American people. I felt first. Never worked in your life. Study income inequality since 1975. 80 trillion moved from the bottom 90% to the top 10%. If we had the same wage equality, each worker would have 30,000 more on average. Brother, I understand, but also we've got way too. When you have such a large welfare group that's making hundreds of billions of dollars, you're then the companies that support them people and us are going to raise their prices because they know that the average American is going to have problems affording that. But there's millions of people that have an EBT card because like McDonald's takes EBT. That's why do you think a value meal is $20 now instead of $4? It's not because the price of fuel went up. It's because they increased. They got a new customer base, and it's not just McDonald's. It's the entire. It's why housing went up, and it's why if you want housing as an average American, you have to compete with somebody that's guaranteed. When they come in with a government voucher saying the government will pay this bill every day, and they say, well, okay, this $200,000 house just turned into a $400,000 house. That's why the artificial inflation happened. Just say voila. Say voila. Trump just tried playing the Call of Duty in real life. Come on. Look at Bahrain. A country like Africa first, you know your mom's going to take care of you. That's Democrats. It's a loving mother. Jeez, no, brother. No. I wish that were true. If that were true, I would be a Democrat. But the kids after Obama passed away, they're going to look to dad take care of them until they can get legal aid at night to take care of themselves. The dad and the Republican mother could be a Democrat. Dad could be a Republican, but it doesn't mean the kids have any time with dad or mom. It doesn't. Listen, it's not the government that should be doing this. The churches, the mosques, the synagogues, and the civics groups should be doing this. And the government took control of those, took that on, and then ruined how it was done. They were welcome along with the capitalists. It's horrible letting Netanyahu kill thousands of Palestinians. Israel should be wiped. Well, and Israel thinks Palestine should be wiped. Flip a coin. Tell us about the underground capabilities Iran has. I don't know about the underground capabilities Iran has anymore. I'm just saying the host is way smarter than you, Chad. The Iranians cannot have a nuke or nuclear weapons because they think they need to launch it off a nuke to usher in their so-called Messiah. Right, and that's a problem. Where's the evidence for what? Abdul Jason, yes, I get it. You consume ideas that fit your worldview, never change with critical thinking. The child accuser of Michael Jackson describes me as a birthmark in detail. Jesus Chrysler, I knew you all the truth. Chad, I hope you learned. Whatever happened with the Clinton Foundation in Haiti? I think it's received about $50 million, but built 12 structures. Yeah, it's a scam. It's a scam. The Democrats say they're helping people. They go in, they fund the political movements, and then they build 12 little houses to take pictures in front of. It's crap. It's crap. We've given Africa $1 trillion, and they only spent about 200 billion of it. And most of that went to the enriching the government. The government. We got it. The penis description match. So we guess we got to fight. So Jesus Christ! Or what up? Broke down, brother. They can buy hot food with it. When the citizens put Democrats, Republicans against each other, all politicians, elites keep their own peace. It's what it seems to go that way. You think inflation is fueled by EBT and Medicaid instead of recorded profit? Why do you think the corporate profits are so high? Where do you think that money's coming from? Why do you think BlackRock bought all the houses and then turned them into rentals? Who do you think's renting those properties, brother? It's not the average American homeless guy. No, they're feeding they're being funded for the migrant population. That's absolutely what's going on, dude. We can look at Springfield, Ohio. They're 20% Haitian. They're about to have 15,000 houses come on the market now. 15,000 houses that were being paid for by the government. So the people in Springfield didn't have any houses to buy. So the people that own the homes raised the prices. That leads to record corporate profits. Chad, I get my diet advice from this guy. He seriously does this shit. This is why church is tax exempt, because they're supposed to provide community. Right. That's why houses of worship are tax exempt, because they were supposed to be the community leaders. Saying a Democrat mother sounds a lot like the motherland narrative. I didn't even think about that. Beto Mariega's campaigned on taxing churches when he ran for president. 2019. Some women think that doing drugs is important, but the truth is it ruins relationships like his. Absolutely. Personally, I've started seeking independence from mommy at age 8. The public people should become their own government and bypass the so-called governments. The problem is, if the average people, public people, knew how to manage their own lives, they wouldn't need the government to manage it for them. And that's what we need to push towards. We need to change education to get people more self-sufficient so they're not using the government. You're such a liar, dude. You told me a straight up falsehood. Can't blame them drugs, but Iran promised that 1979 if they had a nuclear weapon, they would wipe Israel off the map. Right, and America. Death to America. Section 8, right. Obama's deal with Iran was superior to Trump's. Okay, well, if they would have signed the agreement, Trump would have gave them even more money, right? So how is it superior? How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? Dude, did you look at the Epstein files and see that Obama's lawyer, female lawyer, emailed Epstein 14,000 times, 10 times a day? What do you think they were communicating about? Everyone stop work and stick together with your own breed and we'll survive. Are we really the community leaders? We should be. Let's hope Iran doesn't try to steal a $300 billion investment. Right. Massachusetts, we hire Haitian illegals at our homeless shelters. Facts. Right. And look, if you look at how much the homeless shelters bought, so homeless shelters, they'll buy the building for like $10 million, and then somebody in the government will be like, hey, or somebody in the government will find a buddy that buys a building for like $10 million, and then the next day the government will buy it for like $60 million to turn it into a homeless shelter. And then so that dude just made like a shitload of money in one day, and I've got proof of that. 47 years of U.S. sanctions on Iranian oil and nothing. 3 months of Iranian sanctions in America, and they brought us to our knees. What are you talking about? We don't use Iranian oil. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. We don't use Iranian oil. We don't use any Iranian oil. We are self-sufficient. We don't use any oil from the Strait of Hormuz. The power of religion. Founders observed that America closely intertwined with their constitutional republic with their religious morality, believing that faith was essential for maintaining a free society. Right, and you used to have to proclaim that you were a believer, a proclamation of faith, before the states were signed in. What's up with BlackRock buying massive amounts of houses all over the country? So I just mentioned that. So it was in the path for rental properties to go to migrants. So they bought all the houses so the Americans couldn't buy them without spending more money on rent. They raised the amount that the builder raised the value raise the cost of the homes. So BlackRock bought them at a premium and then charged more rent. So we couldn't afford them, but the migrants would go and the government would pay the bill. So BlackRock and companies like that were making record profits. Side note, BlackRock, 3 people from the Master administration went to work for BlackRock in 2016 and 2020 quit when they worked with the Biden administration. Time, money. Can't wait for Dr. Fauci to sit in front of Congress and get grilled. Me too, brother. Being self-sufficient should be bipartisan goal. Less imports, exports, less transports. Can't get finessed by corporation. I agree. It's actually Blackstone buying up the homes. They were started the same day as BlackRock by the same group. And so I said, we don't work together. Iranian oil. Yeah, we don't use it. Our prices are only high because we can get more for oil. Right. Like the gas is under $3 a gallon in Texas, but it's $6 or $7 a gallon in California because of California companies rose the price because they're getting record profits too, which means that we don't get our oil from the Middle East. America owned oil on U.S. lands unusable. No, it's not sweet crude. It's only unusable in refineries that aren't tooled to use that style crude. We don't use Iranian oil. The global market, bro. Prices rise and fall together. Right. But why is gas so cheap in Texas? Like they have some, it's $1.07 a gallon. So they're going. The problem with the petrol, and a lot of people have left OPEC. Like there's not a lot of countries left in OPEC. They're doing that on purpose. They're doing that on, like, look, the cost of oil, it's like less than $80 a barrel now, I believe. Cost of oil. Oops. Cost of oil. $70 a barrel, down from 112. So right, we should be paying a hell of a lot less. Absolutely. And it hasn't gone back up since those other attacks happened. Baby, why did millions of barrels of countries be blocked from the strait? The type of oil risk that use this does not match the design of refineries. Right, they have to retool the refineries, and they did. That's what they've been doing. Yes, they had to retool the refineries. And they've opened new refineries also. Old refineries that were offline. Biden administration turned off them to say we're destroying the environment. We need to buy electric cars. So he shut off all of the drilling, or most of the drilling, and most of the refinement in America. So they had to be retooled. Jose Azar in California did that on the Measure HHH, and 4 other Democrats arrested or imprisoned today selling homeless houses to a Chinese billionaire. Gave them the contracts. BlackRock, only 9% of the residents' properties in the U.S. pricing increases not the root cause of higher profits. Now, it's not just BlackRock. BlackRock and BlackRock companies, brother. And that's just for that housing. And don't you think that the average Joe that's also a real estate person isn't going to raise their prices to take advantage of this market? Yeah, no, brother. I used to be a libertarian, but I strongly believe in taxing ultra wealthy more than they already are. So you can't do that unless you do it federally. If you do it by state, they'll leave, and the states compete with each other. So there'll always be a state that will tax the rich less, and then they'll just move like they're doing now. Look how bad Seattle's doing. Look how bad New York's doing. They've lost so many millionaires and billionaires. What needs to be done is we need to stop hemorrhaging money to fraud. And then you don't need to raise the prices. BlackRock bought up all the houses because they knew Democrats were going. Right, they knew it. They knew it. They worked together. That was the plan. I knew something was fishy when Angela said she was never hungry, always wanted cigarettes and money. Jeez. Putin. California Democrats shut down 60% of the refineries over the past 20 years. Right, yeah. Not here, brother. Gas near me prices.
All right, gas near me prices around Sharpsburg.
$3.50, $3.40. Yeah, and in Texas, it's where is gas under $3 a gallon? They say it's talking about averages. Indiana, $3.22. Now I saw earlier it was $1. Texas, it was $1.07 for regular. Still occasionally get sub $2 gas at independent stations. Gas under $2 is temporary, localized. Blah 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 blah. All right, let's see. Because the oil, they have the oil refinery use it. Tell us about how we are using the strategic oil supply, and tell us why the U.S. doesn't matter. I'm not going to tell you that, and we're not using it. Ours is full. We looked this up yesterday, Chad. I feel scrapped. So Trump said, in a speech, if this is what you're referring to, that the global reserves will run out in 3 weeks. They have 3 to 4 weeks of oil. If they don't stay replenished, they'll run out in 3 to 4 weeks. If the strait closed right now. And then he said, we've got plenty from oil, just buy it from us. And then what you probably heard is some chopped up version of that. $2.95, hence why sold using oil, sell it using oil. Gosh, $70 a barrel. It's 2008. Right. But because you can't trust the news, you must look the numbers up yourself. You MAGA, okay, whatever, brother. You're pretty embarrassing. What do you mean, dude? I'm trying to help you find a centrist view, and you're just so hateful because you believe just what any Democrat says to you. What up, the core, brother? 2 gas stations competing? It can't be true. My fraud's fraud's my thing, bro. Hell yeah. Israel and USA will go to Russia for gas and accident. Russia's buying it from America. 9% of residential land is owned by corporations. Brother, you're what? 9%? The 9% that's available to buy. Dude, of course. It's the 9% that's available to purchase the new building. It's not they don't own my house because I already own it. It's the new build, new construction. Dallas Fort Worth gas is under 3. Democrats have been hostile to oil and energy since forever. All these Democrats need to do is shut up when it comes to oil prices. All right. Billionaires are not the problem. 20 million illegal students borrowing loans. Right. And all the student loan debt for jobs that aren't available. When we went for equity and inclusion and we allowed everybody to go to school. When I went to college, you needed to pass an entrance exam in order to even be able to get student aid. Now, because of direct equity and inclusion, everybody can go and get almost as much money as they want. And then you've got a bunch of people. But listen, there are houses that are under $30,000. It's the people that are complaining about not being able to get homes. They can't get the homes that they want. They could buy a home. Here in Vancouver, Washington, gas is $4.60 to $5.20 at the highest. Vancouver. I believe we remember this as a fraud age. No, absolutely. Start paying for In-N-Out truck drivers $80,000 a year. HVAC is $40 an hour, right? Yeah, start 53, right? There's a lot more jobs available. But if you listen to the news, they'll tell you the opposite because they are probably getting kickbacks on this fraud. Democrats want you to be dependent on government, right? Yeah. What up, Malt Lickett? Both sides ain't got malt, so it ain't their fault. So it's all their fault. IG got flooded with citizen vigilance shorts. I can imagine. Both Obama and Biden's energy secretaries says they want gas to be $20 a gallon. Yep. End of the day. We aren't all dependent on the nation itself. We only should be dependent on the nation for protection, for policing. So for Department of War, for the police department, for water and power. USC is charging $98,000 a year for a bachelor's degree. Jeez, who thinks of that illegals in? The billionaires in D.C. prop up the stock market. Right, but still, you've got to separate them out. Which billionaires? There's not that many billionaires. It's the Democrats. The Democrats are obviously lying and saying they're anti-billionaire. And remember, before Bernie was a millionaire, he used to say tax the millionaires and billionaires until he got called out. Now it's tax the billionaires. They're just lying, dude. He makes so much money off of his shirts and hats and merchandise and stuff. It's crazy, and it's like getting increased. And dude, look, Bernie paid his stepson $800,000 for a year of work on his campaign. To tell the truth, the government, German countries don't want to let it get released. There's all fraudsters, liars. I don't want anybody to get married to buy a house anymore. Right? It's crazy. Managers take $120,000 a year, privately held company owned by one woman, inherited by her father. Looks like Snuffles, brother. Trump was pretty calculated in taking Venezuela before attacking Iran. He guaranteed our fuel supply. Right. The move was for China. China was getting a lot of fuel from Venezuela. So by taking Venezuela, we cut off that. By taking Iran, or starting with Iran, we cut off any oil going to Russia and China from the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. strategic oil supply at the lowest levels in 40 years. You need to do some better research if it's less than 50%. All right, my apologies. I missed one. Birth rates declining in the West. Western countries are all... United States strategic oil reserves. Not Penn State. Let's see. Okay. Strategic oil reserves. Current stock, 31 million barrels. Just under 50% of capacity, make it the lowest level since 1983. Okay, so how much? Okay. How quickly are we filling the U.S. oil reserves? Let's say it's being drained. Amid energy disruptions, reward Iran trade of hard moves. Okay, that's CNN. Let's say it holds 365 billion barrels. Depletion rate 8 or 9 million barrels per week. The authorized storage is 714 billion barrels. While there are long-term pledges by the Department of Energy to eventually restock the reserve, actively filling is paused while the emergency. Okay, right. I remember hearing about this. So because we're selling, because so many other countries are buying from us now. We stopped doing that. I apologize. Yes, we stopped filling our reserves because we're selling so much more of our oil. There's so many other countries that need it because when the Strait of Hormuz issue. Maybe a video for everyone to watch. A man that grossed over $1 million with the restaurant, but took home less than $40,000. See how expensive operating business is. Yeah, we could find something like that. Let's see. But I'd say that's honorable. Chad. If we're helping support the rest of the world, and that's pretty cool, and we're profiting off of it.
In an Italian restaurant
Richest person in the world.
I thought I would share what kind of expenses there are in restaurants and where the money goes and why it goes so fast. We did 1,168,309 dollars in total revenue.
At least China and Russia do not have access to Venezuela. We are now no longer having tons of fentanyl and cocaine coming across from Venezuela. It's a good thing. And at least the new agreement signed with the Venezuelan people, they will now profit off of the oil sales. So that's all good, considering how much of a bad situation they were in previously.
Revenue in 2025
Crab Shack
for $237,260.
My apologies, Ray. Strategic oil supplies, low Trump, take about Biden drained it.
$5,666 on non-alcoholic
That's why it's as low as it is.
And
Maybe because of World Cup
$717 on disposables.
$307,565. What up, John? Yeah, our communities. John is no longer planning to place military assets. Right.
$79,552 in payroll taxes. $2,086 in workers' comp. So our total labor cost is $391,556. That's 35.3% of every dollar we made. Right there.
He's done one.
That's $60,388. Utilities were $46,128. Repairs and maintenance was $22,576. Credit card processing fees, $20,235. Our sales are continuing to grow as we are learning more and doing more. And so over the last 11 months, for reference, our credit card fees have been $30,100. Advertising and marketing, $14,082.
Yeah, more than a few
professional fees, so that's accountants, lawyers, consultants, etc. $13,583.
Profit
Cleaning
margin.
supplies, $11,984. Furniture and fixtures, $11,889. Linens, just for black napkins, black cloth napkins that we provide with our silverware.
What up, diddler?
$10,000.
Sounds like a scam. Democrats vote just so.
Very good service stuff from Kenworth Cleaners. Very happy with them. We just
No, what do you mean, brother? The Venezuelan people are absolutely benefiting. They were benefiting nothing. They were lied to by their communist dictators. They were lied to, telling them that everybody would be the richest island, everybody would be rich, but we just need a socialist government to be able to divvy up the oil properly. And then they said, now you're all slaves. So that ended. Now they are profiting from that. Now there's going to be a distribution of wealth that comes off. I believe it's monthly or quarterly checks that are going to be cut to the people, to the residents, citizens of Venezuela. So that's absolutely helpful. Black guys looks like his nose look fake. What's up, Cat? You have to elevate people to get them out of poverty, bring in trades. Right. If you don't elevate the people, money doesn't help. They'll just spend the money. So the reason that things like stimulus packages work so well isn't because people get the money and put it in the bank. They spend it. It stimulates the economy. Who gets money? Businesses. So people spending money means businesses are making money. The more money businesses are making, the more money people are spending. The less money businesses are making, the less profit, the more stuff the less people are spending. Sorry.
Get a lot of
extremely brutal.
Debt interest.
Jesus is my gardener.
$17,179.
Brother.
But we also paid down $49,742 in principal. So that's equity that we're gaining in this building. The last major thing I would say is music licensing. We pay over $7,000 music licensing. So that's
we had Venezuela, oil, water, gas prices.
And that is just to be able to play music.
Gas prices, oil prices have dropped.
He hasn't
very
even talked
low,
about paying himself.
very low. So we're being
opened up several restaurants.
The companies,
I think
the companies know this. They want to get as much money as possible out of us until this ends. So once the war's over, and then they'll be like, okay, now we can drop our prices down, and we just grab, because listen, all the oil companies, all the fuel companies, gas prices, Citgo, Exxon Valdez, they're all making record profits. So that means they're making record profits. They're making more money because they're charging more and they're paying less. Americans have spent $30 trillion on poverty since the 1950s. Jeez. What's up on me? Right. Yeah, that's crazy. I love how Trump has the special forces blow up Hugo Chavez as Memorial. Yeah, on Memorial the way out. Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
All the things that I've done in my life from a business perspective, I've built houses, real estate, content creation, UX, UI, software engineering, corporate America. I will tell you that the hardest thing that I ever did was...
Brother, Adam, how quickly could you change that? You know it's only been a few months, right? This is what I mean. Why do you argue like it's like his administration's over? Well, do you think it would change in 30 seconds or even 3 months? Yes, the agreements and the government contracts have been written. It's in play. It just hasn't started. They've got to talk. They've got to send paperwork out. They've got to fix their country. They've got to set up post systems. They got to get the internet back online. They've got to communicate with all of their citizens. All that needs to be done. All the fraud and stuff that was done from the government all has to be weeded out. All of the people that were there before that are still in, they have to be rehired. All that stuff has to be done. That money needs to be spent first. That's where it's going. I guess we wait to see if Venezuela. Right. It's like people talk about Iran, like lost the war. The war ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. Jesus is king. One day closer to the rapture. Nothing to worry about. What's up, Brad? What's up, Katra? Find your headphones. I think it might just be intentionally obtuse. Democrat, nope. So I hope be heaven in the Ocean's 11. What up?
Build a restaurant and open it up and operate it
probably
from
also rents the
scratch.
building restaurant. Yeah. That's what he was saying
guys,
too.
what's up? I'm Erin.
That's what he was saying too. He was saying that his rent, his mortgage his lease was a big part of it. Right. But if you look at the profitability, like if you look at how like DoorDash and Uber, people are still spending. Every time I drive by a fast food restaurant, there's lines going out the freaking parking lot. There's people spending. So the internet isn't real life. So there's a few people of the 350 million here in America that are online complaining about their lives, but there's millions that aren't online and they're not mad at their life. Things are going good. And the thing is, there's so many people in these Democrat strongholds that they're claimed. Like if you're living in California, you're spending more for everything. Why? That's the state government's fault. Who knows, babies? People love spending, and they still are. Listen, people aren't not buying gas. Liberals are used to instant gratification. They think you'll snap your fingers instantly. Right. The whole structure. It's not a website. It's millions of people who have to be contacted, and you have to find out who's legal and who's illegal. You can't just start sending checks to houses that you don't know who's there. So the whole country has to be Control-Alt-Deleted. The whole government needs to be rehired and trained. And then you have to set up garbage collection. All that needs to be bought, and the distribution won't happen until after that happens. But at least it's signed up and it's contractually done. So yeah, the checks aren't going to start coming out yet, but at least also now they've got help of America, the richest country in the world. So now that they've got help of America, they're not going to be starving. Anyone else that's getting hammered, even though our boy Trump's in power? Things are good in Georgia, brother. Is sitting on acreage metro areas a good idea or not? Yeah. I mean, I'd probably sell it soon, but I mean, it all depends. All depends how long. If you got 15 years to wait, I mean, yeah, it's because it's going to end up being worth a lot. Depending where it's at, but metro area, you're gonna have when it's profitable to start building in America again, it's gonna come off really quickly. People have been very slow to build, especially because of all of the regulation around new building. So it's not worth the cost. Ain't worth it. So people aren't doing it. They're doing it very slowly. So that'll speed up, and then we'll have another influx. Venezuela will probably be the beginning to turn the corner as Trump's leaving office. Right? Yeah, it's going to take a little while. The crazy thing, it used to cost me $20 to $25 to get pizza from Papa John's. Now it costs $45 to $50. Brother, I got one for $16 the other day. What state are you in, Trey? Just felt my heart sting. I felt a sting in your heart. Freaking monk. No babies for me. No babies for me. You find someone else for that? It's a later thing. I paid $10 for it. Yeah, I paid $16. Delivery, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty damn good. You had a topping or two. I had 2 toppings. Yeah, it was half cheese, half mushroom and onion. Right, the current leader, forgot her name, kept the authoritarian system under the previous, forgot the name, so a bit pessimistic. Well, listen, they no longer have the assistance of China or Russia. So if they don't do what America says to do, then they won't survive. And they're the primary, like, we own their oil now, so they can't sell it to anybody else. So they've got to, like, unless somebody that really wants the worst for them comes in, if a Democrat wins and then changes the agreement, who knows what might happen. We're getting hammered, but I've been getting hammered for 15 years now. What do you think? Right. It got easier. It's gotten easier since 5 years ago. 5 years ago, dude, I was in line for gas for 2 hours during that, like, that all crazy crap. But getting hammered for 15 years now, you think, gotta stop bleeding. Yeah, right. We gotta stop the bleeding. Bad. R.I.P. Domino's. They'll talk about delivery, though. Wow. Jeez. $45? Domino's delivery, large pizza cost. Single Domino's delivery pizza costs between $17 and $20 at menu price, depending on your and then delivery stores subject to local delivery fees, usually between $4 and $5. So I mean, 25 seems like it should be the highest it should be. 21 to 26, and that's DoorDash. And oh yeah, dude, because Washington State is freaking. They're giving that deal they made with delivery drivers to make them get $20 an hour. That's what's going on with that. So then now the restaurants have to add that on to your. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. You can't do that. You can't be willing to give people $20 an hour for a $15 an hour job if the companies can't support it. And that's the thing. They're not talking to the small business people. And look, dude, they're losing everybody. Look at this. Companies that left Seattle this year. Prominent companies, Starbucks, Amazon, and Oracle. 500 tech jobs from Starbucks. Amazon continues a multi-year trend of limiting Seattle. Oracle filed a notice to lay off 475 people. Stella's U.S. Holdings closed 50 more people. And every high-dollar job that they lose, then the Uber driver that drove that person to work, the restaurant that person went to for lunch, and the grocery store that person went to buy their groceries, all is losing money off of each layoff of a high-paying job. It's a deal with their websites going on until the end of July. Yeah, we'll see. Why no babies? Because Brotato, I got so many other problems to fix before I even consider a baby. Yeah, absolutely. Get your life together and then have some babies. I also live on the far end, maybe possibly. No one wants to baby burden in this economy. I got too much money. We gobbled up 21 acres. Charlotte, less than $120,000 with stock pond. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's really good. Yep. That sounds like it's gonna be a gold mine. Trump did COVID. Off topic. Do you have a favorite Alfred Hitchcock? Rope and Rear Window are pretty good. I mean, dude. The classics. The Birds. Freaking Psycho. Yeah, those were both great. Psycho was really freaking good. You did carry out. Pump them out. You need to overpower immigrant births. Right? Right. I think he got COVID in the past, I think. Yeah, he did. Canadian dollars. Utah Mormons. Damn. Well, that's why let me know. My favorite pizza is $30 effing dollars now. Crazy. That's 4 times a week. Jeez. Seattle going to be in Detroit. Right, dude. You can't, how much capital shifted from Seattle? King County, Seattle saw $2.19 billion exit the area in a single year. Jeez. $500 million in individual wealth flight. Jeff Bezos moved $610 million to $1 billion capital out. Jeez. Yeah, they're just straight. You can't do that to the people that employ tens of thousands of people. I mean, no matter, I understand we get into positions of jealousy and rage and see these people, but you've got to give these egos a reason to make the money. If you tell them that they'll be taxed over something way more, then they just won't do it. Let's hope it doesn't become Portland. Texas now has the most Fortune 500 companies. Right, and they're getting more. Massachusetts lost Panera Bread and 3 other major cuts. Yeah, y'all remember when pizza was just expensive? Just buy your own ingredients. $30 pizza. I couldn't enjoy that, even though I can afford it. Yeah, that's crazy. A Texas place where they shot the president willy-nilly. Willy-nilly. Major Muffin. As Street Mag is worried about big corporations. Man. Now, yeah. Listen, if you I understand that you don't understand it. I understand that because I didn't understand it until I learned it. But you cannot. You would have to do it federally. You cannot have a state tax liquid. Capital is liquid. It flows to the lowest tax place. Other states are competing with your state. And if you raise your taxes and somebody lowers it by a fraction of a percent, You're going to invite them there, and then you give them a tax holiday for a year while they're doing their construction and whatnot, and it makes it all worth it because they'll pay less to build a new building than it would for 1 year of taxes in these places. You don't like pizza, brother? Oh, man, I'm way far behind. I don't even eat there anymore. It's only 30 minutes away. USA isn't poor. Right, and listen, spending is up, profits are up. People are doing well. You hear people that aren't, but usually it's their fault. Now, absolutely, there's people that need help, but the government isn't good at that. Charlotte probably has more GDP than Seattle. Let's see. Charlotte, North Carolina, GDP. 255 billion. Seattle GDP. 604. No, so they almost 3 times as much over there. I wonder what year that is. Okay, real GDP is for inflation is 487. So it's 120,000 per capita. It's 85,000 per capita. So people are everything's not as expensive, but they're not making as much. The best pizza on the planet, but it's better. But it better be that for the money. Yeah. Texas are known for the Cowboys. Yep. Even though it's on store-bought marinara, cheese, cornmeal, bam, toppings. But yeah, right. Sprinkle on some freaking Parmesan and oregano. Another gold rush. I honestly think there is. Dude, there is so much money in America right now. There are venture capitalists looking to spend money. There are the people that were spending money on student loans. There's not as many people going to college, so they're not giving as many student loans. So they want to invest that money. It's going to go into other stuff. There's a lot of manufacturing getting started up now. A lot of companies are coming online in the next 18 months, and that's going to bring a lot more money to people. And like I said, one person gets a job, it usually helps 5 to 7 people. The people that they get their grocery store from, the guy that go to the bar and tip from getting a beer after work, the people that work on their car, the guy at the gas station, the grocery store clerk, they all get a piece of that dude's money, that lady's money. Why are red states so poor? They're not. What do you mean? Which red state, Aaron? Which red state do you think is poor? Poor? So what below the poverty line? Yeah, USA isn't poor. Everyone has money for food here. Right. There's people that are crying that are losing their ability to scam. Must be a different city living there day to day with all them people. I don't live in Seattle, though. I live in Vancouver, Washington, shithole. Portland, Oregon is right across the bridge. He's alive, bro. Give the rich everything, MAGA. Give the rich everything. No, brother. Listen. It's the Democrats want to give the rich everything too. They're just lying about it. Because you can tell by what they're doing, who's making the bulk of the money off of the Democratic positions. The money that they give out for free and doesn't go into people's bank accounts and retirement accounts. They spend it on companies. So it's a way to get the money out of the government coffers to private banks, private industry. It moves out to, they just use you as a middleman through EBT, through cash assistance, through housing assistance, all that. That's why they want so many people, because the big rich people that can build all of these houses, build these community centers, build the freaking wackadoo free grocery stores in Manhattan. All of that is the companies that are building them. The government is taking money from you and paying a company to build the grocery stores. The grocery stores will fail, but the company that got the contract to build it will have enriched themselves. Americans are spoiled and have no idea what hardships are, right? Caterpillar. Yep, Caterpillar left too. That's right. Dude, the Bears just left Chicago. No. It's got to be equal. And the thing is, the government just has to stop spending so much. That's the problem. If the government would stop spending so much on whack-a-do stuff, And you got to take care of the fraud. First thing first, fraud, theft, and loss. That's got to be taken care of first. Then decide where the money. Because the thing is, when they say, oh, there's $55 billion not going to homelessness, but how much of that money actually got to the homeless and how much of it enriched companies, large companies that set up the programs? What up, Shayna? California lost 1 million people. They lost a House seat. From what I heard, people are leaving the blue states due to high living costs. Right, that's true. It's like MAGA doesn't know about Manifest Destiny. What do you mean, brother? Yes, I do. I don't think you understand that the Democrats aren't Democrats anymore. I don't think you understand what's going on, brother. Don't mention, especially the Christians. Trump wants a dictator. Like putting a potato on your dick. Yeah, I disagree. I mean, if Trump was a dictator, he wouldn't have left when he lost in 2020. I'll never forget, I was sitting in a bar, this jerk's talking to these guys showing a wedding ring and saying, I got my rich bitch now laughing at me while she was walking up behind him and heard him. What am I lying about now? USA is the best country in the world. Yeah, it's got a lot of whiners and complainers, right? Can you shout out my boy Todd and Ed? We sofa king with Todd and Ed. Seattle and Portland are both sides. Seattle also need to be Seattle, Portland. People have quality of life. It's poor in blue cities. Look at Prosper. Right. And the kids aren't learning correctly and they can't read. The money is just being stolen. And the problem is you've only got one way out right now, and that is the Republican Party. And the Democrat Party has been captured. Galatians 3:13. Why is Jesus called accursed, and who cursed him? Can God be cursed? No, I didn't want to live in a shithole place like Seattle, so I might don't know shit about Seattle. So San Fran was the top 10 cities. When was it? Top 10 cities to live in. Let's see what the list is. Carmel, Indiana, Naperville, Indiana, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Fishers, Indiana, Flower, Texas, Arcany, Iowa, Johns Creek, Georgia, Hoover, Alabama, Rochester Hills, Michigan, Lander, Texas. Yeah, that's good. I'm going to start panning for gold online. Go get you some, brother. They can fund me. Trumpers love blue cities, let's face it. Brother, I don't know. I don't know what you mean. You got land. If you got land to go fish in the gold right now, land is so valuable right now. Yeah. Alabama, West Virginia, AOC has good policies regarding wealth tax. Yeah, I was about to say. Arkansas, how did I know someone would say Alabama? Alabama's economy is growing rapidly, driven by surge in recruitment, including a record-breaking $41.6 billion in new investments. Corporate America wins regardless of who you vote for. Right. So you've got to figure out how to make that benefit you. And the problem is with the current Democratic Party is it's benefiting the party and the business owners and not the people. The people think it's a benefit when they get welfare, but you've got a shit life. You're never going to get out of it. That's the thing. You've got to lift these people up. And what the Republicans are saying now is they're saying you can't get this if you're able-bodied and able-minded. That's agreeable. You can't just let people rot on welfare. Arkansas is experiencing significant economic growth. The state recently climbed to the number 6 spot nationally for overall outlook. Yeah, and I think like Alabama's doing better than freaking California in education. Both sides want to give it to Tel Aviv. Suck Joe Public dry. Pennsylvania has a ton of manufacturing jobs popping up. Right? Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. Listen, the future is looking very bright. Dorjean, I fact-checked the kebab thing the other day, commonly kebab, and it seems like the restaurant I ate at for over a year names it wrong. I may be confident in that. Why are they so poor? Where, Alabama? Alabama's got poor areas, but every place does, brother. They just don't show it. Like the ghettos, like you have Skid Row in California. Those people have less than zero. Yeah, but there's poor areas and there's rich areas, but overall, Alabama GDP. Let's see per person. Okay, 50,000. The average person makes $50,000. The average person Hold on. That GDP, while it's real inflation, is about 260 billion. The state's economy supports a robust, growing economic environment. Per capita, roughly $50,000 a year. Per capita, yeah, $50,000 a year. Yeah, there you go. Good, right. So Alabama's inflation economic is an annualized pace of 1.5. So it's growing at 2% a year. Manufacturing leads the state, so $43.5 billion in manufacturing. The state has strong footing for automobile manufacturing, aerospace, timber production, and chemical processing. Yeah, things are looking up. We did not have a lot of manufacturing just a few years ago. The most important thing is to have is Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Nothing else matters. That's right, brother. Outlook. Doge was a lie. What do you mean, dude? I no longer associate with the Bears. I associate with them pre-move. I cannot support Indiana like this. Trump makes his supporters look dumber every day, brother. I listen. Who do you respect on the Democrat side? West Virginia is experiencing a massive boom in industrial technology. Over 12 billion public-private investments have been secured, including intelligence center. That's good, right? Things are going good. And MAGA isn't conservative, by the way. They spend right. Well, you gotta fix the boat, brother. Listen, the building went through a hurricane. You got to spend to fix the boat. Listen, the boat got a bunch of holes poked in it, brother, and it's being patched up. And at least we can see that, like with the way it's been run, the way the government's been run previously. We only heard from the president like once a month. We hear from Trump like every day, and we can actually see things going on. We can actually see there's actually companies being built. There's large warehouses and manufacturing being built, not even 20 miles from my house, multiple. And everything's looking good. We have a huge booming movie industry in Georgia here. Things are going very well. There's just a lot of people that are still complaining. And I think most of the people complaining on the internet are people that lost their scams. I don't want you ordering the wrong thing. Is Trump controlling India? I think, well, I wouldn't say controlling it, but he's definitely manipulating it through the tariffs. But that's good for America, because I know people don't understand that India had a tariff against America for a bunch of years. And when Trump came in and issued a tariff against India, it just matched what India was doing to America. So now it makes it worthwhile for India to import American goods, which will help Indians and it will help Americans. And then so now we've got a good trade agreement. Yeah, sure, check for checking it out. What does his spending have to do with it? I can't even weed. You can give a shout out to my cousin Mo. It's true. We stuck with Republicans because Democrats went bananas. Right? They're socialist communists now, and you got a Nazi tattoo wearing woman, freaking beater that's running for all and they're supporting them. I bet MAGA was crying when pioneers left the East and settled in Oregon. I don't think there was MAGA back then, brother. Seattle, Portland wins for the terms, both super bad shithole companies. Night Cat. I extended my family in Naperville. Seattle would be terrible to live in. Oh, jeez, I'm way far back here. Let's see. Trump supporters got brains. Trump supporters got one brain cell between them. The fraud squad is definitely online. They're legally, personally used to see what side they can have 3 grams of doped out weed, but it's going to sticky. Jeez, dude. California Democrats pass out $60,000 plus needles a year with their safe. Right. They created centers. Right. And who gets that money from these drugs? The people in the streets are getting money, cash assistance from the government, from the welfare. Who's getting the money that they're spending? The cartels. So all of this money that's going to these 40-some-odd thousand people in LA, the cartels are profiting from that. And the people are getting clean needles and clean pipes to use whenever they want one. So then they can use their drugs more efficiently and then go buy more drugs. They're not working, so they're getting money from the government. They're not going through problems. They're able to stay high all day, every day. Who's profiting? The cartels. And then ultimately, the needle manufacturing company's got a great contract with California now. You think they're casual? Because Americans bent over and took it. They feel embodied to get away with anything now. Seeps too. Yeah. If Democrats are so smart, why do they break everything they touch? Right. Why do they have so many issues with everything they do? The things that the churches, mosques, and synagogues and community centers were doing for the homeless and whatnot, everything was working fine before the Democrats said, "Hey, let's do it instead of them." Everything went to crap. Everything cost way more money, and less money got to the people. White people love needles. Democrats are gone. They're just communists now. Right. That's a problem. The leadership ain't going anywhere. Where's the mayor? Trump married a communist twice. Right. When he was a Democrat. Public areas to use drugs is a good thing. They have private places to do it instead of in front of kids. Proper place to dispose of needles. Right, but they're crapping all over the place, throwing needles around. They got parasitic infections. They're peeing and pooping all over the place. It's really not good, and especially for kids to see, like kids grow up thinking that that's the future. Bro, the mayor of Seattle came out the other day and told cops not to arrest people for drugs and let them go. Right. So the cartels have free, and the drug dealers aren't being arrested. So the cartels have free access to sell their drugs to no problem. They're not worried about getting arrested, and the people that are getting that are using aren't worried about getting arrested. So they just come across the border and then just sell their drugs willy-nilly. It's just an open-air drug market, and there's no policing. International communist prostitute Melania, I got a lot of people can't get Trump out of their head. He lives in their head today. Some coworkers have TDS too. Yeah, how do they get drugs with food stamps? They have cash assistance. They could take their food stamp card to the ATM machine. Why do you get upset every time someone mentions your daddy as Trump's name? Same with Portland, Oregon. Man, a bunch of corrupt people here in it. Super bad over there for sure. Yeah. It must be tough walking up every day. Turf Trump hate on YouTube live chat. Right? Yeah, Amsterdam straight out the free. Right. And that wasn't a good idea. And the thing is, at least in Amsterdam, it was weed and whatnot, and they had parks for people. But now in California, it's just the cartels are just making mad money off of those cities. They get the drugs, disability, SSI checks. That money gets sent to Mexico. Right, but the cash assistance, the same card, the EBT card, the food stamp card has a cash assistance on it. You can go to an ATM machine. Free money, drug dealers are risk free. It's not all that bad according to those politicians. Right, those Democrat politicians. What's wrong with Amsterdam as decriminalized drugs? Public use time is also dealing. Yeah. Well, we took it to the extreme as cartel Gorbachev. Oh, I agree. Melania was sold to Trump. Let's get facts straight. Jeez Louise. I love to hear Rich live streams. He has a limited energy. It's my vitamin B12, buddy. It's the B12 energy. I'm surprised, dude. I'm 50 years old. That stuff really works. It really, really works. I'm glad I found out about sublingual, too. Because there's this stuff called intrinsic factor in your guts. If you don't have it, if it's been removed or destroyed from food, alcohol, whatever, then even if you swallow B12 pills or eat food with B12 in it, you can't absorb it. So you have to absorb it another way, like sublingually. Good thing Trump has covered government spending. Yeah, it is good. It's good he's stopping government spending on fraud. I agree. Never mattered who president was. None of them lived in my head all day, right? Yeah, I agree. I did research on this. Only women with children can get cash assistance or disabled folks. Methylfolate, yes, sir. So what a lot of people do, and I've seen this here in Atlanta, they'll go up, and I've told this, I think it was earlier on the stream maybe, or maybe it was yesterday. The people with food stamps will go in and they'll sell their food stamps. So, and ways to do it is you can go into these fake shops, like the shop. They're a real shop, but they're not real. They're just some dude selling things. So they take somebody's EBT card and they buy stuff that they want to sell out of their little shop, and then they pay 50%. So if I went and bought $1,000 worth of things to put in my store, I would give the person that had food stamps half of that. I'd give them $500, and then I could sell that stuff for $1,000 and make $500 extra off of that. And so it's all kinds of ways. And then they also they stand in line like at the self checkout, and they say, "Hey, I need some money. I'll give you my card and my PIN number. 1969. I remember this woman saying she gave it to like 4 different people right in front of me, and then she paid half, like whatever half was. So if there was $100 going on the card, they gave her 50, and and that's what they do. And they get money. They know how to sell that stuff. I'm glad you actually engaged with the chat. I found your channel yesterday and I was going to troll you, but you have a decent show. Thanks for actually engaging with us like everyone else. Hey, no problem, Trey. I'm glad you gave it a minute to. But I get a lot of trolls. Yeah, I can convert a lot of them. I think I'm going to Thank you, brother. Thank you. That might be true in some states. 100% working age people, not just mothers and kids with cash assistance. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. That's correct. Trump is still married commie. Stupid. Okay, let's see. Is Melania Trump a communist? Let's see. Melania Trump is not a communist. While she was born and raised in Slovenia, which was part of the communist nation of Yugoslavia at the time, her political views are conservative. That's incorrect, Aaron. I guarantee. And the thing is, she wasn't part of the government. Massachusetts has the biggest EBT fraud scam running in America. I mean, I think it might be California, but Massachusetts is definitely between Massachusetts and California. There's a lot of freaking money gone. Those people can be intense. Massachusetts governor refused federal audit on EBT records. Hold on one second. This is what losing feels like, brother. You'll get it figured out, Aaron. Bam. Okay, let's see. Jason, I haven't picked up on that, but I think you may be onto something. Just anything Trump related to General Bettis, right? Yeah, no, it's back on. My problem. My bad. Tom, thank you so much, mate. This guy's stupid emojis. The fact that assumes this lobby is MAGA is pro-Trump. The fact he assumes this lobby is MAGA or pro-Trump is a display of his own neurotic projections. I'm just not anti-Trump, and I agree with a lot of the stuff he's doing. But show me something that I should hate him for that you haven't made up. Right. And yeah, things are going very well. Things are going very well with my investments. Things are going very well with my 401k. Things are going very well in my city and my state. Things are going very well with my loved ones, my family, and what's going on with them and their invest. Like everything's going great. And then you talk to people outside of Republican areas and their lives are just shit, or outside of America. Yeah, it's horrible. The audacity. Making a parking ticket is a felony called fascism. Right, and they don't even know that and they're about to reverse that. But because she admitted on tape that it was made up, so now that's going away. And this is a false accusation, allegedly, that did this to set him up so he wouldn't be able to. He had misdemeanors that they rose up to felony status to try to make it so he couldn't run. And this is just more proof that they're defrauding the government by so much money that they're willing to do anything to not have it stop. Rich Atkinson is publishing some Amazon books, amazing books right now. The British Are Coming is great. His Libertarian trilogy book, 15 Years to Write, talented dude. Rick Atkinson. The fact that the Dems' war chest is empty is so much turncoat showing people in office. Right. And the Democrats are fighting each other. The Democrats have been calling Trump a Nazi for years, and now they want the Democrats want to elect a Nazi in Maine. This is crazy. This is like super projection, like the sword you build to use against people will be used against you type stuff. Like they said this, and then come to find out this guy's got it. Like it's so crazy that everything that they say is something that they have done. Everything they say that Trump did is something that they have done. Like the woman down here in Georgia, Fannie Willis. In New York, wherever the hell Fannie Willis, Georgia, when she was like trying to get him for sleeping with somebody, and they come to find out she's sleeping with somebody, and then she gets thrown off the case. And then the one woman that tried to get him for his house, saying that he didn't file his income taxes, and then that got dropped. They looked into her, and guess what? She had like multiple rental properties that she wasn't, and then PPP loans and whatnot that she had. It's like absolutely crazy. There's a video of the Democrat guy in Congress going back and forth trying to clarify specifically the number of counts for different charges to get Trump a felony. Right, I tried to. The joke is that being a felon doesn't disqualify you from running for president, right? I don't think Trump is a Nazi, but he treats people like shit, and that's simple. But, dude, listen, and I thought the same thing, and I agree. But I put myself in his shoes. Once I started to find out that all of this stuff was crap, then that means they tried to destroy his family. They just tried to destroy his life. They tried to bankrupt him and multiple family members that all fell apart. So I can absolutely, I would be like, screw you guys, because think about it. If they did all this stuff, and which turned out to be false, if they did all this stuff to Trump, when he gets out of office, what do you think they're going to try to do again? If he doesn't clean house, drain the swamp, then they're just going to do it when he gets out of office and to his family forever. So what I honestly believe that we will see a huge reckoning to make sure that the Democrat, and this is, I think this is what's being done is to dismantle the Democrat Party completely. Now that there's communists in the Democrat Party, now that there's Nazis in the Democrat Party, now that everybody that went against him ended up being guilty of something else, it's just so it doesn't make sense. And then, but if I was innocent and all this stuff happened to me and I got into positions of power, I would be doing the same thing. And if so, dude, these people call him Nazis and stuff. I can understand him treating them like shit. But I would appreciate my president to be more presidential. But when I stop to think about it, I can understand it. Dirty, like how he treats Mr. Epstein. Democrats running in the projections. I remember that. Trump is an asshole in America. That's what I wanted. Tired of the world. Right, and we had so many weak-ass girly men and wackadoo lying women in office for so long. Nobody's got a backbone. And it's good to see. It's good to see. I don't agree with trying to destroy the guy. But brother, how do you know what you've been told is true? Like your reasons for wanting to destroy him. What if they were all bullshit? I mean, unless you know things that I don't know, but I try to stay on top of stuff. Accuse your enemies of what you're doing is right. I judge him based on what I see coming out of his mouth. I just think his behavior is immoral. All right. But so how do you feel about the behavior of his enemies to him prior to this? You don't think that's also immoral? So can we agree that the Democrats are also immoral? You cannot say the Democrats are more moral. What about your stance on what's going on with the children? What about the transing for all? Why is it bad to have kids wait till they're 18? Why? Why is it so bad? Black people loved Trump before he was president. Then he became president. All of a sudden, he was a racist. Right. And listen, I was in the movie industry during all this. And so a lot of people didn't understand what's going on, but they followed it because they were liberals, as was I. And then what happened after Biden, when Kamala was installed and nobody was allowed to run primary against her, all the liberals left the Democratic Party in the movie industry. But they can't say that online because people were getting viciously attacked. So they're not very they're adverse to conflict. So they just tell people that they're Democrats. But look how he got voted in. There's also evidence that some ties the attempts of Trump's life to Dems. Right. Yeah, they're done. Trump needs to go further to the right, not stagnant, as soon as he scores the midterms. And listen, I would imagine a lot of people are going to go to jail. I hope so. Listen, if a Democrat would put a bunch of these people in jail, I'd vote for the Democrat. Anybody that ties up the loose ends of all this fraud and the open border policies, if that gets tied up, I'll vote for them. Republican or Democrat, independent, I don't care. SCOTUS is going to make a massive ruling next week about elections. Democrats will not be able to cheat. Right, yeah, and that'll be very interesting to see. So if it's true that all these elections have been stolen and overly amped using the mail-in ballot system, and then the Democrats stop winning like that would be crazy. But dude, I talk to a lot of people that don't make their name public and make their voice public. They're really glad that kids are much more protected now. We need an a-hole president. That's exactly why I voted for him. Help fake his ear get shot. Republicans were down because they understand from their British roots that need legitimate opposition and dialectic. Sheesh, man, Trump families are getting ruined in Albania. Not attacking Trump personally. Yeah, I heard about that. I'm a critical thinker. I don't listen to what other people tell. Well, what's your reasoning behind it? That's what I'm saying. But he is talked to worse than he talks to other people. Do you agree with that? That his opponents, his enemies, talk worse about him being a Nazi and all of this stuff that we do not have evidence for. And there's people that get sued for it all the time. So obviously there was no truth found behind it. So I'm just saying. So why would controlled opposition need to kill it? Right. I don't agree with the controlled opposition thing. I think Obama only became president because he gave up his. But these freak-offs never judge people by what they say, by what they do. Right. I wasn't a Biden supporter. I criticized him when he was in office. He's not. I understand that, and I can understand like Biden being so obviously mentally obtuse. And everybody's saying how he's the sharpest, brightest, fastest, backflippingest Biden ever, just lying to us over and over again on major media. It's like you can't, like you got to be tired of being lied to. Try seeing if there's more than two parties. Stop. It's the both side. It's definitely the left. And you can see the left part of it. It is. You can see it's obviously Marxist. And they're doing it in a country that they can get rich in. It's not going to become a Marxist nation, but there's going to be a Marxist New York. And those Marxists are going to be very rich capitalists by the end of their terms. Obama was in cahoots with the Muslim Brotherhood, and that one of them on Air Force One is a brain trust. It's the left. I was watching reports of thousands of Europeans dying in the heat wave. They're so in the Marxist Green New Stamp. It's unbelievable. Right. Why are they letting that happen? More people are dying over there every year from heat, from not having air conditioning than we lose to gun violence every year. They're losing more people to heat strokes and heat-related deaths from not having air conditioning, trying to help everybody and killing themselves. What someone says and what they do are two completely things. Right, and I have to agree with that too. You have to understand that he is also a troll. He's a very good troll. Drag Queen Story Hour. Right. Right. And then did you see the one Drag Queen Story Hour one that was working, that had their own, was leading, was in the, Department of Education, and they just got arrested for child pornography. Democrat drag queen teacher arrested for child endangerment. There you go. This guy right here. This guy right here. The June 2026 Travis Longo, 46, in central New York. Longo was the vice president of the Cazenovia Central School District Board of Education and founder of the Pride Festival, and frequently promoted himself as the first drag performer elected to public school office. And what did he do? He abused children. The communist and socialist left, not the classical Democrat left. Right. The liberals are MAGA now. Transing the kids and hating America. Right. It's literally against woke commie shit. Did you see that whole Antifa cell 405 years combined? Yeah. I saw that. Kamala only won in states that had mail-in ballot. Right. Woke commie shit coming from a specific subset of Democrats. Imagine the line item in the history books. Followed mail-in ballot, perfectly Supreme Court 2026 Democrat Party not win until 2100. I wish there could be a mentally stable liberals back. Right, and what happened to a lot of them? Totally back people, mutual respect for the opposing party. There was a mutual understanding. We're all Americans. Right. It used to be Republicans and Democrats were for America and had different ways forward. But now the Democrats are absolutely not for Americans. They have this anti-cop thing, this anti-border thing, this anti-white people thing, this pro-DEI stuff. That hurts a lot of people. It hurts more people than it helps. It doesn't make sense. I think ex-Democrat voters who are to vote Republicans now are still Democrats. No, they're trying to save the Democratic Party by voting Republican. They're trying to save it because they know that the people that meant something to them left the Democrat Party, and there's obviously been an obvious invasion. If you ever want to have kids, and you cannot vote and raise them in America, you can't vote Democrat for this current structure. How long were they in Hollywood? How long were you in Hollywood? 15 years. No, I never got invited to the weird parties. Last polls, I've seen him surging Dems, the lowest approval rating of all time. No money, no debt. Right. I loved Obama. He's a capitalist, a very decent human. Fuck communism, fuck socialism. Right. So how do we get through this so that we can? How do we get through this craziness, this infestation that happened to the Democrats? How do we get through this so we can have our country back? That's my prime point. We have to find common ground to get this through. We've got to. And the thing is, we don't need to be anti-Trump because you're not going to vote for him again. But how can we get what we want for these next 2 years? If we can figure out a way through, and we can communicate with his administration, and we can think of some ideas to get some stuff done. I'm working on some stuff now that have to do with health education in elementary schools, and I would like to get some stuff together and try to change the world. And they are very open and transparent with people. So I would like to try to use that and put that to the test. And if he shoots me down and nothing happens, then I'll broadcast it. We'll see what happens. But I'd like to at least try. I would like to at least do something. Adam, 99%. His primaries won, so his polls are polls. What happened in 2016 polls said Hillary. Yeah. The Dems have fixed their party. They could beat their opponents. Right, and the Dems are going at each other now. Did you see, what was the guy's name? What was the guy's name that just got yelled at? The trans rights Democrat guy that just got yelled at by all the Democrats. He went to the Democrat who was screamed at Pride March. Scott Wiener. Yeah, watch this. This is crazy. So he's walking with his people. He's walking with the LGBTQ Democrats.
Scott, I think your legislation on trans issues and your legislation specifically protecting queers on
There's been more.
offender registry is fantastic. Like, I really applaud you for that, and I think you deserve to be here for that. But I think your housing policy, and specifically your housing policy aligning with YIMBYs, and I think your policy,
And now a bunch of people running up to him.
on the genocide in Gaza, and I think your policy on the genocide in Gaza is terrible.
So that's the Democrat Party eating their own. So he did everything they wanted. He allowed 24-year-olds to sleep with 14-year-olds without having to get on the sexual predators list. He did that for them. He did that for the gay and trans community and the MAP, minor attracted person community. He did that, and they wanted, and they think he's a piece of trash because he doesn't like he thinks it's okay to not kill Jews.
I think you do not belong here. I think you do not belong here. You do not belong here, Scott, anymore. It sucks because you've been wonderful. You've been wonderful for trans people, and you've been terrible. And you've been
So what now? So what? That's the Democrat Party, the Libiquita Party. That's them, and the people that did the most for them are getting kicked out. So who's going to replace this guy? So unless the Democrat Party goes full anti-Israel, this is what they're going to get from their own, and they're not going to get out. So unless the Democrat Party, and there's multiple people that are getting shit like this for not being anti-Israel on the Democrat Party. So if the Democrat Party doesn't swing full Nazi, then they're not getting their own votes. So then what happens? Richard Nixon was a bad man. Those numbers are a bit inflated, probably 90 to 95. Time that's zero, probably at least 28 election cycle will be competitive again. We need voter ID, term limits, campaign finance reform, no Sierra Club, NRA influence, trade and stock markets, office 3 years in office must be American term Congress. Agreed. I can't imagine Richard. No, I'm not anti-cop. I think cops need to have training. I agree. They need to have power in situations so they can be trained to de-escalate. I don't think it applies to every situation. No, I agree. But I also agree that we've got too many lawless people in America that know for the past 10 years that they can get away with whatever they want. We've got people that have been arrested 70 times, 44 times for violent crimes, multiple people, and they just get let out over and over and over again. And so this has got to stop. But the thing is now the courts are overrun with immigration issues, and then the immigrants that are criminals, like violent ones, that they're filling up the other parts of the legal system. So they're just letting these people pass through in order to try to thin out their dockets. It's just a natural part of overpopulation. So then the Democrats want more money to hire more judges and whatnot, but there's not enough citizens to be able to allow these votes. So we don't have it. So they want the illegals to be able to have a vote so then they can get more judges to deal with the illegals. And that's a problem. The math doesn't work. They've screwed themselves. They screwed themselves by dealing with people like this that want people dead because they're Jewish. That's like saying, I want you dead because you're black. They're the most racist people out there. And I wanted equality. I was a liberal. I still am. And I want equality, but I want equality of opportunity. You can't try to force an outcome. This is what you get. It's obvious that when they went into the full hardcore sexuality stuff that they were going to get a bunch of people that have mental issues. And this is what's going on. So now the Democrats are going to see this and say, hey, we have to be anti-Israel. We have to be anti-Jew. And most people here probably don't even know enough about what they're talking about to realize what's going on, because I'm pretty smart and I don't even know what's going on with the Jews. I mean, I understand what people say, but like the complete genocide part of it, just because of what's going on in two wars, I just don't get it. The aimless youth are looking for any reason to be behind. They're dissatisfied with reality. Right. And they've got themselves into huge student loan debt. They've overspent their credit cards, and they were hoping for a bailout from Biden. Biden didn't do it, and that hate has rolled over to Trump. He's more of a living room past the joint, my type. Clinton, Biden, Schumer getting booed by the Marxists. Right. Biden he's not getting any money donated for him to build his library. So people aren't supporting them anymore. The Democrats are not supporting their own anymore. Imagine Rich and Hassan Plager Eiffel Towering someone. Jesus Christ, dude. Who will lead the Democratic Party in next play? Brother, it's got to be somebody new. It's got to be a fresh face. It's got to be somebody that's willing to take us over. But the base is done. The base is so fractured. Yeah, it's a really good question. It's got to be somebody new. Have you heard of the Forward Party? Velvet read their platform at Truly Independence. The Forward Party? The Forward Party. Only had 2 governments. Forward Party, not left, not right. Okay, let's see. Ken Block. Forward Party. Let me see. Where is their documentation at? Let's see. Values. Okay. Rule of law, respect the Constitution, support, strengthening, American leadership, innovation. I'll have to read through it. I'm not going to go through it all right now, but yeah, we could, it's 10:45 right now. Civic responsibility, personal responsibility. That sounds pretty good to me. Act with ethics, integrity, and compassion, right? Okay. Respect everyone. Forward believes in promotion of people's respectless policies, campaigns, and elevate the power of people. Yeah, that's what would be great. That's what would be absolutely great. That would be absolutely great. At least what I've read so far. Built from the bottom up. Use data. Move forward as being good ideas come from the left, right, and center from you completely. But the problem now, and the reason that this will not work, this election cycle, is because the Democrat Party is so fractured that you will not get enough votes. You're going to get, it's like 41% of the Democrat Party, which is only about 10% of the 10 to 25% of the Democrat voters are actually voting now. And so a very small portion, like the reason we have socialists in New York right now is because only like 10% of the people, 10% of Democrat voters came out to vote. And the ones that did voted primarily for socialists. So why didn't the other 90% of the Democrats come out and vote? Because they're fractured. Absolutely. And this is why it's so easy to win, because you don't need a whole bunch of people. So we got to see what happens when they run a primary, after they run their primary, and then see what if they make it their final votes on election day and the midterms. But yeah, we'll see. And saying how libs again, so quickly this guy starts talking to him. Don't worry, Democrats have definitely infiltrated the Republican Party. It's part of their... Yes, absolutely. Young people are messed up a lot of reasons, but the main one I think is they're hopeless and terrified of the state of the world. A lot of them, a lot of people, a lot of kids do not know what they're talking about. And they have degrees and diplomas, and they want to sound educated in the public circle. And when in the public square, and when they were told by their teachers that the Democrat Party is the only way and Trump is a Nazi, any way else Trump will destroy the world. So they fully believe that without knowing hardly anything. And then they pick up just one-liners here and there to use with their friends and buddies. And when you try to have a conversation with them and you ask them about something, that's when they bust out and scream, Google it, you freaking idiot. It's common knowledge, because they don't know. And so you have a lot of people that get popularity on the internet talking, being part of these political groups, but they don't know what they're talking about. They're just blue no matter who or red no matter what. My household is left leaning, and a lot of what y'all say doesn't apply in my household at all. I'm hardworking. I love America. I raise my children to be humble and self-sufficient. Right? Then how is the Democrat Party going to help your household? Most of MAGA's old school liberal leaning. Like that's like what Trump brought to MAGA from the Democrat Party was the best parts of the Democrat Party currently. Like, we can't have the borders open, dude. We can't do it. We can't be trans in kids. We can't be giving kids hormones. We can't be letting men and women in their respective sports. We can't We can't be doing that. We can't be giving all these hundreds of billions of dollars to the illegal immigration. It's got to be figured out. There's too many people dying all over the place from all kinds of stupid stuff. AIDS is at an all-time high. There's new diseases that are getting passed around. They reopened a bathhouse that was closed down because too much HIV was being spread, and they opened the bathhouse back up during Pride Month in honor of Pride. This is a death cult. They're just trying to hurt everyone, and while saying that they're trying to help. I cannot see a bright star for any of that. A bright light at the end of the tunnel. I don't see it. I don't see how it would help anybody. How it would help anybody. How would we help Palestine? What would we do? Go to war and blow up Israel? Okay, then that's a war. What then isn't that hypocritical to say that we're going to war with Iran? Like, because so somebody's got to live and somebody's got to die. But the people on the left now are rabid. They've gone way too far. They're willing to hurt people and destroy people over what they believe to be true, and it's too far sexual. People are too confused. Muhammad was why do we have two parties anyway? The other Republican Party, Democrat Party, what happened to them? We had an independent party, we had a Green Party, we had a bunch of things. Do you think it'll actually happen to them as a more humiliation ritual exposed Newsom? And like, what? Oh, yeah, dude. Newsom cheated on his wife and the campaign manager's wife, his best friend's wife. Right. I would vote for Fetterman for president. Yeah, sure, right, because he's an old school Democrat. The neo-Democrats are freaking gone. I mean, off their rocker. And then the far left are communists. What are we doing? Yeah, right, Vance Rubio, right. Did you see Bill Maher say he'd vote for Vance? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, continue the mission. 20 seconds with and listen. If Bill Maher is saying that his vote is open, that means there's millions of other Democrats whose votes are open too, because Bill Maher was blue no matter who until now. Bill Maher did the same thing as Elon. The liberal left took over JFK. TSA. Yeah. I've been trying to get Rich to watch this Veritasium video about the U.S. voting system. I don't know if he wants to do it. Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, we can do it. Grab me the link, please, Ray. Sorry, I know you probably put it in before, but I lost it. Fetterman will join MAGA soon. Definitely. Listen, you can tell by who they go on the air with. Fetterman goes on Fox News. Right? And so, like, anybody that doesn't want pushback doesn't go on Fox News. I'm not saying Fox News is true. I'm just saying, but it's obvious that when Democrats go on Fox News, they're more sensible. They're willing to take pushback. But the other Democrats won't even go on. Like Bill Maher said, it took him 10 years to get Obama on. And that was after his presidency. He can't get AOC. He couldn't get Kamala. He can't get, what's the guy from California? Gavin Newsom. None of them will go on. Why? Bill Maher agrees with us, too. I agree. Right. Yeah, absolutely. If you go back and read Kennedy's inauguration, the liberal left will go after him today. And that's probably why he does. I don't like the New Democrats, but I don't like MAGA. But brother, you've got to join something to kill the evil. I understand that, but what is it that you don't like? What is it that you don't like about MAGA? Okay, that's fair. Back home for push mowing for Grandpa. But I'm glad that you're hanging out, because it sucks when people like. We can learn a lot. We can do a lot of brainstorming, have some fun, talk blah blah here. And I'm glad that you're hanging out, as a lot of people are so ideologically captured that they can't see the forest through the trees. They can't see what's going on. Okay, I'll put it on here. Coming to Neo-Feudalism. It's a good book. Yeah, I haven't read that one yet. Old school Democrats are now considered center right. Yes, yeah. Democracy is mathematically impossible. Trump's not perfect, but he doesn't hate America. Right. So what's best for my children? What's best? And what's best for my children is having safe places, not having teachers that are trying to tell them that they're not the gender they are. That's what's better, and that's not an option on the Democrat side. My children ending up being someone that doesn't end up having children is what the Democrats push. Okay. There we go. Let's say Democrats burn the flag, spit on soldiers.
This
say America's bad. Only a Republican flies the American flag. Right? Yeah. We could always rewatch it all the time. We'll watch it right now. Let's watch it right now. I grew up 20 minutes from Fetterman's base. He's totally a normal dude. Huge, but normal. Yeah. Like, listen, I won't not vote Democrat. I just can't vote for any Democrat besides Fetterman. Everybody else is crazy. And he's the one with the brain issue.
This isn't a value judgment, a comment about human nature, nor a statement about how rare and unstable democratic societies have been in the history of civilization. Our current attempt at democracy, the methods we're using to elect our leaders, are fundamentally irrational. And this is a well-established mathematical fact. This is a video about the math that proved that fact and led to a Nobel Prize. It's a video about how groups of people make decisions and the pitfalls that our voting systems fall into. One of the simplest ways to hold an election is to ask the voters to mark one candidate as their favorite on a ballot. And when the votes are counted, the candidate with the most votes wins the election. This is known as first-past-the-post voting. The name is kind of a misnomer, though. There is no post that any of the candidates need to get past. The winner is just the candidate with the most votes.
Yeah,
this method likely goes back to antiquity.
Yeah,
it has been used to elect members of the House of Commons in England since the 14th century. And it's still...
Right. And the problem is with all of the programs helped to support the illegals have so much freaking fraud, and the amount of extra money that greedy companies can make off of raising prices while there's all this illegal is here, it just hurts everybody. You talk old school Democrats, like, did you like Jimmy Carter for FDR? No, I'm talking about and Jimmy Carter was kind of wackadoodle too, but more for Jimmy Carter-esque, but like, Bill Clinton type stuff, like that was decent until he threw away all of our manufacturing. They sold all that out, but at least socially, like closed borders and freedom of speech and guns for all. And then now the Democrats are open borders, stifled speech, and no guns for anybody except for criminals. Maybe the brain drain. I was certified if they ran Fetterman, he'd be the strongest against Vance Rubio. He's going to switch. He's going to switch parties at the end of his term. I guarantee it. My wife and I are both pro-gun, but we also feel America's obsession with guns. Right, but you obviously know that it's not. It's states with the highest gun laws that have the most illegal gun violence. So it's more guns, more legal guns, and more training for people leads to less gun death. I'll never forget watching CNN 2001, seeing Pakistani people cheer as they watch men and women fall from the Twin Towers. Yeah, brother, and they say free Palestine. Why did YouTube keep changing my top comment instead of all? I don't know, brother. It's not my fault. Obama, Bill Clinton would be considered a conservative now. Right. Because those Democrats now are Republicans. I save money. We're gonna save or to go to other areas. Open asylums initiative. People have mental health. Yes, we need a lot more money. We need a lot more money for mental health. We need asylums where people can get long-term treatment. We need drug rehabs, millions of them. We've got 25 million people addicted to just opiates. So imagine the other ones: meth and crack and coke and blah 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 blah. Obama and Hillary opposed gay marriage. Right. Why did that flip? They were anti-gay marriage. Biden was too. Biden was anti-gay marriage. He's just lying to you. So why did he start lying like that? Why did they lie and they said that they started liking the gays? Because they had a worldwide population that they could bring to America that could vote for them. Hey man, what are your thoughts on the New World Order? Also thoughts on the Epstein files and the child sacrifice? I would like to see, so supposedly the unredacted files are coming out. I'm going to go through them on stream. If they're out tomorrow, we'll do it on stream tomorrow. I'm highly for the firing squad for people that hurt children, people that are convicted of hurting children. Hans, to be fair, I've seen Pakistani people condemn 9/11. Don't generalize. We just need to take the state out, exile people. take a state and use to exile people, right? Like New York. Alfred Nobel was a chemist, inventor of dynamite. He invented the Nobel Peace Prize. His brother died by it. And read his own obituary, called him the Merchant of Death. Yep, that's definitely true. Gays wanted marriage, so for a tax write-off, right? And they all started liking gays because the slow information of the Marxist agenda. Listen, the profitability, the average American spends $20,000 to $30,000 a lifetime on healthcare. The average trans spends $1.7 million. It's a numbers game. The more people that you can talk into being trans, the more money you're going to get from them. And that's plain and simple. They don't care about these kids. I'm completely pro-gay rights. Churches should not be forced to marry them, but I think the court should acknowledge a union. This is not right. I understand. Right. Sure. Right. So Trump is for that. Trump isn't anti-abortion. So Trump even gave like that, like he's the best guy to marry the Republican and old school Democrat party. Trump's not trying to do away. Trump just has those old values like that. He said up to 6 weeks or whatever it is. Like he didn't throw that away. And they just said, no, you'll be forced and you'll be raped and have to have. No, he didn't say that. It's never been done. They just said that over and over again. But the law is that he wrote was up to 6 weeks. And what he said, though, what he actually said is he wants to give it back to the states to do. So the propaganda machine was just so anti-him. But yeah, he's not anti-gay. Remember his whole ad for gays for Trump when he was like, "Where's my gays at?" And like the guy that had the big old rainbow flag that said Trump on the front of it. Like he's not anti-gay. Everybody just says that he is. There's trans Trump supporters. He's got a group that he communicates with to try to have an off-put of the LGBTQ community for gay people. Yeah, I'll do it. I never forget Joe Biden declared Easter Trans Visibility Day. Right, that's obviously wackadoodle. I remember when the naked man with the fake boobs in the White House. Right, dude. Sometimes we gotta stop. We can't be putting this shit in front of kids. I don't care. Gay people marry, absolutely, but be blissful. I just don't want the transing wackadoo in every classroom, in everything. Kids are confused enough, and they're not being taught how to read properly. Sometime shortly after Obama, Hillary opened up the gay marriage as part of the Democrat and said Marxist trajectory. Before that, they were most basically modern-day Republicans. I agree.
A common voting system with 44 countries in the world using it to elect its leaders. 30 of these countries were former British colonies. The U.S., being a former British colony, still uses first-past-the-post in most of its states to elect their representatives to the Electoral College. But first-past-the-post has problems. If you are selecting representatives in a parliament, you can and
what makes me a liberal, I guess, is some things I believe Trump states' rights. For instance, I believe gay marriage should be a right on a federal level. And affects no, and yeah, he didn't. He's not against that. He's not against that. The Democrats have definitely gone, and I filmed a bunch of stuff when I used to work in the movie industry. They definitely filmed a bunch of commercials saying Trump was anti. No, and he's not. He's not anti-gay marriage. He's not anti. He's absolutely not. Not legally. Absolutely not. Now, let's see what he said publicly. Trump's stance on gay marriage federally. Trump's. Okay. Generally treats same-sex marriage as a settled constitutional issue. Despite previously opposition institutes in favor of traditional marriage, he has acknowledged that the legality of gay marriage is the law of the land. So it's federally accepted. He said it, and he said it's a settled constitutional issue. So he's not trying to go against it. Shit. I like the show as the boys and girls decide if they're on trial or closed, but I can't too much. Prove me wrong. Go to Pakistan and wave an American flag. Do it to her. Go to Afghanistan. Prove it's all wrong.
In the last 100 years, there were 21 times a single party held a majority of the seats in the British Parliament. But only 2 of those times did the majority of the voters actually vote for that party. So a party which only a minority of the people voted for ends up holding all of the power in government. Another thing that happens because of first past the post is that similar parties end up stealing votes from each other.
the 2000 U.S. presidential election, which was an election essentially between Al Gore and George W. Bush. At that point, every state in the nation used first past the post to determine the outcome of the election. Bush had more votes in Florida, but by a ridiculously slim margin. It was fewer than 600 votes. But there was another candidate on the ballot, Ralph Nader. Nader was a Green candidate. He was certainly to the left of either Gore or Bush.
And what we need is the upsurge of citizen concern, people concern.
There are
poor, rich,
Christian
or middle
churches
class
back. Yeah.
to counteract
Yes, there are.
The power of the special interest.
And he got almost 100,000 votes.
So there are. Listen, Iran also, even though their door-to-door stats say that there's 99.5% Muslim, they're actually like 12% Christian and more than 40% atheist when it's done digitally, because they're not afraid of, if they say they're not Muslim, they'll just be killed. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Iran's religion's digital access. Not digital access. Digital counting. There's a sharp contrast between official government claims of 99.5, while the state census says 90 to 95.5, 5% Sunni, secular, non-religious is 9%, 9 is atheist, 6 is agnostic, 7 spiritual, 3% other, Zoroastrian, 8 other worldviews, 3%. So you cannot trust propaganda because the government will tell you what they want you to hear. But when you ask the people, they give you a different number. So this is another thing people argue over, because I'll ask, how many percentage of the population in Iran is Muslim? And they'll say 99.5. But no, it's not. Why would I go to Afghanistan if I'm talking about Pakistan? I don't care about the other issues. Just making a point. Are you religious? I am. I'm a Christian. Yeah, I'm a Christian. But no, I wasn't conservative until this crazy shit went crazy. It didn't guide my, listen, until they started, but it hadn't have anything to do with my religion. I was a live and let live liberal, absolutely. This insanity drove my decision. The absolute destruction. And I was lucky to have worked in the movie industry and was around a lot of very, very important people that like the reason that so many of them are conservative. And listen, there's something that I've heard for a long time. Everyone starts as a liberal as kids. You're a liberal until you get what you want. And then you want to conserve that. It was actually progressive. Everyone's a progressive until you get what you want. Then you want to conserve that. But the Progressive Party must keep moving on. They must keep progressing. When you get what you want, you are now the haves, not the have-nots. The Progressive Party will then do something and end up taking that from you. And it's constant, because when does the progression end? There's no end game. They just keep adding shit and moving the goalpost. I want stability, and there's none. Again, which country had Bin Laden? Osama hid there. Okay, sorry, where am I at? State Department under Biden is 5 hours of Pakistan level 3. Right.
Bush or Gore.
I will vote for Ralph Nader.
Most of those
so
voters.
It depends who you ask, Tracker. It depends who you ask. And there's the multiple sects of Islam. Iran and Lebanon used to be majority Christians until religious persecution and forced them to go underground. Right, that's just what's happening now. I witness insanity. I'm still a liberal, as we call it, old school, and I'm an atheist. I don't care what people believe. Right, yeah. I mean, that's old school. That's old school liberal. Right. But why are the liberals today? Why are the Democrats today so anti-Christian and anti-white people? Like it's like the absolute DEI absolute push, and it was absolutely apparent in the movie industry. They were like, we gotta wait, we gotta hire 3 more people before we can hire you. It's crazy stuff, dude. And I'm not gonna cut off my nose to spite my face. I'm not gonna cut my leg off to give somebody my shoe. That country is not friendly to American citizens. Your turn for source. I'll let you guys fight over that. I was a staunch liberal before as well. We were both born in 77. Yes. And all this woke nonsense drove me to be a conservative. Right. Well, you got to, you once you realize that you're not going to die at 25, you want to conserve everything. You want to keep everything on you want it on a level playing field, and you want stability to be able to do your investments and get to your retirement in and raise your children in. They're just going crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, you see how insane. Look, people need mental health care in America, and the liberals have that. The Democrats have a problem, lock, stock, and barrel. There is a huge swath of the Democrats, the loud and proud Democrats that are obviously going through a mental health crisis, and they're being told it's okay. They're being told, no, just get on some hormones and whatnot, and that's not cool. That's not cool. They're absolutely robbing these kids. It was due to civil unrest. Okay, I'm letting you guys argue about that stuff.
We're devastated that by voting for Nader rather than Gore, they ended up electing Bush. This is what is called a spoiler effect. Almost all Nader voters preferred Gore to Bush, but in a first-past-the-post system, they had no way of expressing
I lived downtown
preference.
LA for years. No one has seen more mental illness than I
Because
have. I
you can
believe
only
it,
vote for
brother.
one candidate.
Democrats let the fires go in California. Right. It's mismanagement. They obviously have something better to do than help America. They obviously do. Yeah. California arson crime. It should have been jail forever. I agree. You're right. So the State Department has listed on their website Bin Laden was hiding in Pakistan and protected by its people. But it's a big problem. They have a problem. There's something going on. There's something going on in the Democrat Party. They're not for America. Absolutely not. They're not for the average Joe American me. They're not for the average Joe American child. They're not. They either want to change who you are, and then make sure that there's a very profitable way for them to get you to where they tell you want to be.
To vote strategically.
Say there are 5
Democrats don't want people with mental health. Right. No, because the farther they get down to the spiral, the more medical help they'll need. And then they can post crazy people on the internet and television and say, everybody needs free health care. Look how, yes, because you got them to this point.
They won't win.
With the food, with the way the food's been supplied, we do not have enough intrinsic factor. We do not. We have improper things in our processing that destroys our gut lining, the gut mucosa. We can't absorb vitamins and minerals properly. They don't even talk about it properly. They say a balanced diet is salt, is sodium, fats, cholesterol. They don't talk at all about vitamins and minerals. And vitamin and mineral deficiency is the #1 cause of mental illness.
You vote for them. This is
they
also
drained
true
both water
if
as
you have
they
four
knew what
parties
they were
or-
doing. Listen, it's not hard. We've been a world for a long time. We know how to put fires out. We know how to store water. We know how to do this. This was done on purpose. There's no way. There's no way they did it on purpose. And what I heard is that they wanted Hollywood out of California. Historically, U.S. policymakers have been concerned about. Democrats stole a ton of the California wildfire victims properly by making right. And then if you see the website that they put up to take donations around the world, the donations went in part to the DNC. They took a chunk of it. They're being sued for it right now. So they built the website so you thought you were donating to fire victims, and then it didn't go to them. Most of it went to help the Democrat election committee. You were right. Pakistan was hiring jets, but the planes wouldn't be bombed by there. Georgie's back. Hollywood is Babylon. January 6th. So I've got a very interesting in line to this. A lot of people I know were hired and asked to hire to be there. So why were there so many people in the movie industry there? Why were so many federal agents there? Also, I am not anti that. That was an unarmed, non-firebombed, mostly peaceful protest that one woman got shot by a cop in, and that's the way I see it. What was the results of all that? It was definitely overblown considering how many cities have been burned down by BLM riots and whatnot. Absolute horror compared to what happened on January 6th. And then come to find out like how the BBC's being sued for $10 billion because how they cut Trump's speech together to make it seem like he was at a rallying cry to go fight. That shit's crazy. $10 billion. So they did this stuff. It appears to be by design because listen, these people should have just gotten trespassing. Nothing got destroyed. So again, State Department Homeland Security not friendly to America. Pakistan's have Christians as a contract slave. Right. Christians, like they have to do. If you're a slave, if you're a Christian in Pakistan, you're the one that's got to clean the gutters and sewage blockages and stuff like that. They get the really worst jobs there. They did this SCOTUS mail-in ballot decision. I would have won my Spencer Pratt Kalishi bet. It's losing argument. SCOTUS mail-in ballot size like 6 months ago. Respectfully, BLM ballots are unrelated. I don't support that either. Well, what are we gonna relate it to? What are we gonna do? I mean, the Democrats also did the same insurrection at government buildings around, and they were just allowed to go home. They arrested like 6 people, but they did the same. The Democrats have done that to many other government buildings, state buildings. It's like they're not treated the same. They're not treated the same. Absolutely. And they're given tickets. Trump stated long ago that California needs to attend the forest grounds. And right. And they know that. Listen, we've known this for freaking centuries. People off ADHD and autism OCD often need to take Adderall, but Democrats want doctors to put evil stuff in your mind. Right. Listen, Adderall leads to methamphetamine abuse, and unneeded dentistry leads to opioid abuse. And we know it. We know it. A children's first access to mind-altering substances is dental drugs. It's not marijuana. Marijuana is not the gateway drug. It's not. It's dental drugs. Get rid of the Adderall. People get mental. So listen, again, China treats ADHD and ADHD and not panic attacks. What's it called? Jesus Chrysler. ADHD and anxiety with B12 and methylfolate. So most of the children, they have like a 96% success rate. So most children, like high school age children that have anxiety and ADHD like symptoms, are having a vitamin B12 or methylfolate deficiency, and it can be corrected or treated like that. And we don't do that. Christians have bacon bricks in Pakistan. Anxiety, yeah. Angela, she said that, brother. No, anxiety, but PTSD also. Like you can find. Also, gut bacteria or different intestinal bacteria, Toxoplasmosis gondii can give schizophrenia-like symptoms and PTSD-like symptoms. Like why? It's also interesting that we can use hallucinogenics, which also often work as antiparasitics to get rid of the cure PTSD. Like there's a lot of people that are using Ibogaine for their PTSD, and they're calling it a cure. So, but what is it doing? Is it actually just rewiring your brain, or is it killing any potential parasites that you may have picked up during war?
3 parties. This winner-takes-all voting system
depression, anxiety, right? Depression, anxiety, and ADHD.
Eventually leading to a 2-party system. This effect is common enough that it has a name. Duverger's Law.
Got it all. Mushrooms are proven to help
revive all that.
Right. I know. Listen. And I think it's great that Trump allowed that now. That's great. I think it's great. I think that's absolutely great that finally what the freaking Mexicans and South Americans have been doing for centuries, now our medical system's finally catching up to. You have a shaman give you a dose and walk you through your trip, and now you can have a clinician give you a dose and walk you through your trip. And people are finding like 90% of people find relief 60% on the first dose and up to 90 on up to the second. That's pretty freaking amazing. And it's been people have been going down there and doing it illegally for decades. But why doesn't our complete military have access to that? We treat them like crap and we ask them to die. Different medical conditions have different severity effects of brain chemistry. I agree. Google's your friend. I don't know Democrats are mean, evil, stupid people, even with this fake news and stupid propaganda. I'm glad I'm a Republican. There you go, TW. Yeah, Joe Rogan helped out with that. Right, and this is what I'm saying. So Joe Rogan has this information, talked to all these people, and he goes up to the White House and he says, hey, there's this thing that seems to be helping a lot of people out. Can you look into it? They look into it, they find a lot of data, and they reschedule Ibogaine so it can start being looked into. Because the only people that will look into it, will spend any money on it, is the pharmaceutical companies, and they're not going to do that for a non-patentable compound. Have you ever read the theory that truffles and mushrooms have been evolved, basically co-evolved with other species? I think truffles and cannabinoids that highly attract mice and pigs. So I've heard a lot of stuff like that. I've never actually studied into that. Now there are things like we have cannabinoid receptors in our gut. We have opioid receptors in our gut, and our intestines also have serotonin. Serotonin and opioids, dopamine and whatnot, are primarily gut work, not just brain. And how mushrooms and mycelium work with the vasculature basically of a lot of other plants and help bring in nutrition. It just seems like it just looks like it would work. You would think Anthony would have learned this by now. We spoke about Israel. Israel, though, contributes for reasons fine by me. All right, yeah. I tried salvia one time. It was so scary to forget. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Couldn't find anything open source. That's such a wonderful thing that Joe Rogan did because they did Ibogaine studies because someone died, so we banned it. But they do wackadoo stuff like that. Yeah, I agree, JJ. They do wackadoo stuff like that. Like in the 1930s when we discovered vitamin D3, the hospitals emptied out. So they said, oh, we got to stop people from taking this. It's not going to make us, we need to make a lot of money off of this, off of medicines. And if too many people don't need medical assistance, then we're not going to make billions of dollars. So they gave, when they did the test, the amount that they gave to the college kids that were in the study was like 40 times what the average human would take as supplementation, and it made them sick. So then they're like, no, this stuff's deadly. Here, look. Opinion on ice. I don't understand how anyone is okay with them being masked. Brother, come on, dude. Listen, there's people shooting people all over the place. There's sniper nests shooting at ice stuff. It's obviously they want them unmasked so they can find who they are to hurt them. I mean, do you see that differently than I see it? I mean, maybe. Yeah, they shouldn't have to be masked. They shouldn't have to be. Why do they need to hide their... Why do you think they need to hide their appearance? They need to hide their faces. Because they're going to get freaking stalked. They're going to be harassed. They're going to be attacked. I just don't... brother, I don't see another way to do it. Look. But dying, dirty brother. I wish we never got this far. I wish Biden was never president and never opened the border and we never got this far. Do you realize that we would be doing so much better now had we not had that border open for 4 years? It absolutely right. So it's the pendulum swinging back the other way, and it's going to be. I mean, listen, it's horrible, but it's got to be done. It's got to be done, and we will lose more lives. I believe more lives will be lost by the people that are absolutely 100% anti-ICE that will stalk these people down, and I believe that you'll lose a few of them. And I don't want anybody dead. I would rather everybody get deported, sign up in line, and figure out a way back. They're actually talking now about only deporting permanently people that have been here less than 4 years, or more than deporting people that have been here less than 4 years. So if people have been here for a long time, like giving them past the citizenship. But it's not working out like that. Nobody's helping. The Democrats are absolutely standing it up and making it way too difficult. If the Democrats would have allowed ICE to go in, because ICE wanted to just go in and get these people in jails and prisons. That's it. That's what they wanted. So they would have less. They would have less ICE officers, so they would send one ICE officer because a guy got arrested for whatever and he's illegal. They would go pick him up out of there and take him out. Instead, the Democrat cities and states are releasing them, so now you got to go find them in public. And that's what shouldn't have happened. That should not happen. That should not have happened. Because now, if they're found in public, whoever they're with, that may also be illegal, all get to go too. And that wouldn't have happened. I'm diagnosed with TRD and PTSD, microdose of dailies. Give me a second chance life. That's good to hear, brother. That's good to hear. Watch me get 40 jobs this week, so it'll be 95 degrees every single day. Again, I fundamentally disagree with you on some things, but it's been respectful to agree with you. Yeah, no problem, brother. I mean, this is the thing. Look, we could be friends for decades. This part of our lives are going to be over in a few years. And then we can figure out what to do with the next disaster, the next problem, the next golden age and whatnot. Right? There's more life to live. If we never let as many people in, there wouldn't be as many people going home. And there wouldn't be ICE doing this. It happened, and it's going to swing back the other way. We're so fractured. We've got communists in our ranks. It's crazy. It's gone nuts. We shouldn't have let it gone this far. You simply can't condone illegal activity. No, right. Absolutely. You can't do this. Why? What happened? What happened? That all of a sudden, like, all of these activist judges and stuff are releasing violent people. What happened? And I love being part of your channel. I love listening and learning and texting. I'm grateful above to not be bad for life here. You're welcome, George. I appreciate it, brother. Right, you can't reward it. No, yes, you reward good behavior. Back when I was young, you got personal pan pizzas for reading 3 books. If you went in to Pizza Hut and you told them the 3 titles of books that you read, you got a free personal pan pizza. We can, like, as a society, a high trust society, we were doing stuff like that. But if something like that was done now, people would just lie, cheat, and steal to get as many pizzas to get over on Pizza Hut. It used to be better. It used to be better even when Democrats were in office, and now it's not. Now we have people, we could all be working together, we could all be building something great, but now I can't do that with a third of the people because they're absolutely rabid Democrats that won't even talk to somebody. I can't do it. I can't do it until this is passed. I might vote Democrat in the future, but not this party. Anthony, you're acting as Israel's big bad boogeyman surrounded by 15 times their population that wanted to erase their existence. Right, yeah. Right. What happened? What happened? What jealous wackadoos came in and decided that America was too American? And listen, the lies about slavery, the absolute lies. I talk to children that actually believe white people in America started slavery, and slavery only happened in America, and there was no black slave holders in America. They think that Americans just got bored, went to Africa, and rounded up people. They don't know about the slavery still going on in Africa, India, Pakistan, and the Middle East. They don't know that there's more slaves in the world today than there was during the Mid-Atlantic slave trade. They don't know. So why aren't they taught properly? Why are they only taught slavery back to the American slave trade? Why aren't they told about the black slave owners? Why aren't they taught about Anthony Johnson? Why? Well, it's got to be a reason. And then they're using that for power to make a bunch of people feel bad about white people rather than trying to tell them the truth and then making people be less angry towards each other. It's the big bad. Make America again. Since when does the judge roll over the president? Right. That's just crazy. I really hope so. Big bombshell will drop. Half of the FBI has been investigating Ilhan Omar and her husband and looking at charges. Yeah. Dude, I was talking with a family, asking if they still did booking AR. They used to give freebies and limo parties for simply reading. Now kids can't even read or write at 3rd grade level. Right. What happened? Everything was going great, and then people decided criminals shouldn't be in jail. Americans, again, have to be a nation of laws and truth. Men can't get pregnant. Right, listen, why? Why do they do that? Why do they want us to be part of their delusion? Why are they trying to make it law? Listen, trans people have been around for a long time. It's been a very, very small. Why is the government involved in our bedrooms? It should have nothing to do with it. Just beyond Elon's personal 30 million fraud, she posted supported her fraud with district was an enormous slice of Minnesota fraud. Democrats thought it was smart. What's up, Bob? Thought so kids with legal kids split up the teacher. Costing a teacher, not just English and Spanish. Also, there's also French and German illegal immigrants, and all over the world. It's not just not just Mexicans and Arabs. It's a lot, everybody. And then so the class can only go as fast as the slowest kid. So then you've got children that can't get a full year's worth of school because it's got to be slowed so significantly. I'm against abortion, but I'm pro-choice for the simple fact that we cannot enforce policies. Right, me too, brother. Me too. I also think most women do not view this as a joke, and not a serious joke. Yeah, I agree 100% with you. I'm absolutely against abortion, but I absolutely understand that it's got to be part of the. I agree with Trump on this. It's already been talked about. Okay, it's already been talked about. It's already a settled constitutional issue, right? So shut up. Everybody else, shut up. Stop getting women so crazy and riled up thinking they won't be able to have abortions anymore. It's settled. It's settled. But they think the Democrats use emotional manipulation to garner votes. So if they can make women believe that they're going to be forced to have the babies that they don't want to have, but it's already been settled. It's already been settled, but they still bring it up and use it. And it's crazy. It's crazy. She dropped the process up. The wow, help. Tim Waltz causes the United States citizen children to be behind school. I agree. When I found that, you have to do was tell the book she read over was a cause I hated reading, so I would just lie about it and lazy eye. My lazy eye till I got surgery. They taught they hate America. Right. And it's so obvious that they don't want the best for America. They don't. They even tell you. Like even the people that just got elected in New York said they want to destroy America, even using violence, and they got elected. No one wants to bring up on the Barbary Coast literally enslaved the world before any white slavery existed. Yeah, they don't that's the thing. They don't teach that far back. Secularism has done so much damage. Americans are turning to AI for knowledge, not primary sources. Bradbury talked about this in 53 with Fahrenheit 451. That's correct. It didn't fit the narrative. That's why they don't talk about it. Right. Yep, and they want communism because they want to be the super rich. They're lying about the poor. Listen, the Southern Poverty Law Center was caught. They're going to court right now. They're caught. They got caught funding the KKK and the Proud Boys and the Aryan Brotherhood in order to stoke hate. They paid people to say racist things on the internet so they could screenshot it and say, look at this white supremacy that we need to stop. It was all fabricated. Peaceful majority stand idly by as most other extreme religions commit heinous acts after heinous act after heinous act. They are non-factor. Some men produce milk. Right. Sure, and some women fart. Bradbury said people would vote for people based on looks and name. When did that in the 1960s? Nixon and JFK. JFK won the television. 1960 won the radio crowd. That's correct. And people aren't taught to hate America. People are being taught to hate America. They're absolutely, listen, the way slavery is taught, it's taught that America is set up for only the white man to win. And if you're not white, you're being oppressed and you cannot win. They call it systemic racism. Systemic. It's built into the system. They tell these kids that no matter how hard they try, they cannot win in America. And there needs to be a change. It starts young. Americans stop being America, open borders. Right. You're not a country without borders. Yeah. Different people have different perspectives on what makes America great. Right. But the Democrats didn't want anything to do to what dirty brother. What were the Democrats doing during the Biden administration to make America great? It's not in the Constitution. It's not constitutionally right. Not an issue. What's one of the first non-independence wars the U.S. was involved in? Non-independence wars? Ooh, good question. They split my kids in Spanish and English. No French or German translators, just Spanish. Gee, if I might have been a Barbary wars against them, enslaving literally everyone. Yeah. Right. What's the Southern Poverty Law Center for anyway? Right. It was supposed to be for lawyers and stuff to figure out ways to help solve poverty. But they got one, like in the 1980s, they got one good case against the KKK. They sued the KKK into bankruptcy. Then they said, hey, they got a bunch of help, a bunch of donations to do the funding. So then they were like, now the KKK was gone. They were like, well, what are we going to do? Dismantle? No, they were like, let's find more white supremacy hate groups. And when they couldn't find any, they made them. They helped fund them. There are reasons Qatar and China are the top two investors in American higher education institutions to control the curriculum, control the direction, and proprietary information they discover. Most Spanish-speaking countries are here, so that's why I get mostly Spanish speakers. I wonder what it tastes like. What tastes like what? White people are inherently racist. Why do you think that is? I'm not racist, and I don't think you are. I guess I'm a proud racist, man. Only people I honestly say white people are born racist. I have to disagree. I honestly believe that racism is taught. Like, you can see how bad the anti-white racism is now. It's absolutely, and it's free. Black people were taught that they can't be racist, and so they're just like, white people suck because of the systemic racism. They're definitely racist. The things that you're saying that they're born racist. So then you're teaching black and brown people that no matter what, any white person that they walk up to confront is definitely racist inside, whether they say it or not. No, but you say that white people can't choose to be racist or not, but men can choose to be women. Right. Gotcha. Biden administration was throwing gold off the Titanic, in their own words. Yep, SPLC was making money, a shit ton of money running the grift. Yes, huge grift. Biden was too old and he was incompetent, but I believe he meant well and will hold some weight in my opinion. So I didn't vote for him. I don't believe in voting for someone that I don't support. No, I agree, right? But they weren't doing anything for America. Is what I mean. They weren't making America great again. They weren't pushing America in a positive direction. Not economically, not healthfully, not in education. None of it. They didn't do anything to push America forward. Nothing. They helped the millionaires and billionaires get more money. And because who are the illegals going to spend their money with? You can use Snap on Amazon. You can use Snap and cash assistance on Amazon. Not on everything, but you can. So so they made a lot of money off of that. And the small businesses didn't. Small businesses had to pay a premium to be able to accept it. You said you wanted a relationship with Israel, but those people aren't the reason Israel finally acted on their own defense and countless times turned the other cheek. Yeah, we had racism, at least blacks versus whites, solved in the 2000s. Listen, in the 90s there was no racism like that. It definitely wasn't until Obama. Absolutely. That's what stoked racial animus in America. Absolutely. Let their grandpa be president. Yeah, dude, yeah. Someone mentions race, I just get away from them. Yeah, you got to get over that crap. You got to get over it. If you don't work together, listen, if you're a black, it's becoming obvious. White people are starting to think that black people are born racist because of their freedom to espouse it. And so now white people will stop supporting black businesses, and it's just going to hurt black businesses. You want everyone to work together. Everyone, white people, black people, brown people, support white people, black people, brown people. You got to stop fracturing the populace. What kind of sounds like Maduro doing? Pocketing that stuff, saying an entire race is racist in itself. Right, yeah. They made us a target and laughing stock to the world. I agree. That one, yeah, I don't think so either, Pablo. Hey, what up, Cody? I know, running the same other grift. Democrats hate white people. It's not even debatable, right? Because they said it, right? But the people that are saying it are married to white people or dating white people. Why do you depose DEI if the person is right? Because they're not. They absolutely are not. We're not qualified in most of the. If the people were qualified, they would have already had the jobs. And if you see how many people are getting fired and arrested now because they were put in positions of power that they could not handle, there's absolutely judges that are being fired because they did not know how to judge. Let me see if I can find it. Judge fired for not judging. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Okay. This woman right here. She was the freaking and there's more. There's more where this comes from. She was the first black judge given the DEI assignment, and then she said that she went crazy because she wasn't celebrated enough. I was the first black judge, and I wasn't celebrated enough. Like, while she was crying, like, why did you steal so much money? Why did you make people stay in the loony bin for longer? Why didn't you see these cases? And she was just like, I wasn't being celebrated enough. And it's this problem. You can't put people in positions of power that do not deserve it, and that's what they did. I'm not against. And listen, we have anti-discrimination laws. So it was already illegal. You can't force people to blend a population. Democrats are comprised of the CCP and hate it. I'm far behind here. My wife is a Democrat and she doesn't hate white people. The left practices propaganda, but so does the right. No, without a doubt. All my black friends were out at White House. But the reason I have air conditioning right now is because of a black woman. My air conditioner broke in my house, and my neighbor, black woman, said, "Hey, here, I got this window unit." So like in real life, in the real world, it doesn't matter. And she's a Democrat, and I'm not, right? And so, but she's switching sides now because of the insanity with the communists, socialists. But yeah, like it's the people that do not want to like you, the people that hate you because you're white, because they think that you hate them because they're black. That's a problem, and it shuts down the conversation, so people can't get to the real side, the real truth. Darren's white. I'm Irish. You are right. I'm not racist, but if I'm pissed off, I'm gonna fist fight. Jesus Christ, Lord. That judge situation is insanity. Yes, absolutely. Shay gets like this race, yeah. And then like we've had like the DEI cop in Canada that accidentally shot two people that weren't part of the crime, and the DEI helicopter pilot that freaking crashed the plane, and like it goes on and on. The DEI women that worked at Boeing and didn't bolt the freaking window plug in, and the whole freaking door blew off because they didn't bolt it into spec. It goes on and on and on and on and on. You can't force it. But if people are obviously racist, then you got to sue the dog piss out of them, and you already could. It was a non-issue. Best joke ever. If you're not racist right now. But a burger cuts you off on a highway. If you can go around a hire a black person to be apologized just because they're black, that's DEI meritless. Right? Well, listen. The thing is, you can't make women do jobs that men do when they're only doing it because they know that they can be offered it. It's not in their heart. It's not something that they went out and trained to do. And it's just going to increase racism. Because then you're going to have white people that didn't get that job. They're going to be like, I didn't get it because I'm white. And that's true. We've got a quota. We can't hire any more white people. There's 3 jobs left and we've got too many whites. Sorry, that's crazy. What's with the mix get us? Instead of focusing on studies of ethics studies for 1,000, school districts make it offer, some districts make it mandatory. My experience, black people just want us to listen. That goes incredibly far. The race tensions dissipate. Yeah, right. Well, the internet's a weird place. I live in a very diverse community. Absolutely, Russians, freaking African, black Africans. I've got. The lady Maria that lent me the air conditioner, she's from Massachusetts, but just Africans, gay people, Jewish people, Christians, yeah, and it's like everybody would trust everybody to go pick their daughter up from gymnastics at 6:00. I can't believe that woman in Canada killed a civilian. Yes, dude, right? Because they're not made for the job. They were pushed into the job. Funny enough, you look, all the people who run the banks as Irish dudes. No one says the Irish secretly rule the world. Right. Can't fit in. I never noticed that before. I got a big one for woman DNA for the past 30 years for larger parts of all of Colorado. Just got charged with hundreds of cases. Lied and obfuscated for running the cases. Right? There you go. Dude, and listen, there was another lady in Florida who got hired for DEI and then got fired for not being able to do her job. Then she still had access to the court systems and sent notices to drug dealers and kingpin types that were about to get busted. They were about to get raided. When the warrants were made in the court, she sent them out, let the people know. Woman who let drug dealers know they were going to get raided in Florida. Let me see if it pulls it up. Crystal Lawson, 32-year-old. She was a juvenile probation officer. Horrible judge for dramatic effect. Lawson was not a judge, but probation officer. Right, okay, sorry. She was arrested in 2026 and faces 113 felony counts for using her credentials to tip off a drug trafficking organization about upcoming police raids. That's insane. So don't you think that a lot of this happened? If you can guarantee that a colored person, gay person, trans person, whatever, is almost guaranteed to get hired to a position in the police department, don't you think that the cartels and the gangs would have stuffed people like her into those positions because it's pretty much guaranteed to get in? You know, it's like, so they can, by using things like that, you can get people hired that you want in prison for decades. Thomas Sowell, great freaking guy. I would love Thomas Sowell to be president. I live in Texas. The workers' rights are horrible. It's next to impossible to prove any discrimination. I'm not saying it happens constantly, but I'm pro-worker before business. Yes, I agree with that too. Yes, absolutely. Jane Gillis is funny. How many white ethnicities did you learn about, Raid? I just want to say, if Chud the Builder could get along with his black neighbor via vice versa, anyone can set that shit aside, treat others like humans. Right, yeah. I should hate myself. Right, and you can't do that. The whole white guilt thing, the whole teaching people that they're lesser because they're black, and that the reason that they're lesser is because the white person kept them down. But it's based on a lie. It's based on that white people started slavery, and it's a lie. And white people ended slavery. We didn't start it. Absolutely. Woman doing DNA may have been on the Janae Ramsey case. I guess she connects to Iowa, starts with Steen. Uh-oh. F them. I'm proud of my white ancestry for being awesome. Genius is not sorry. The source was racism, DEI stuff, uncontacted tribes. I gotta take a massive dump. What's going on, my dumpski doodlers? What up, Brett? Guess who Ramsey parents have been connected with? No way. No way. Epstein? What? 113 counts, right? Zionist brother, it was literally on the edge of the class. I needed to say something, get some credit. I had to play along with the liberals, not recommended. Hey, do you guys see that video of the cop who freaked out when Acorn hit the roof? The cop car unloaded his gun. Jeez, no, man. File a complaint. They have no idea where the ideology comes from. Same thing with race. His partner came out blasting. He reloaded his gun and emptied it. Jeez. Law enforcement officer fires their gun because of an acorn. Wow, Jesse Hernandez fired his service weapon at his own patrol vehicle because he mistook the sound of a falling acorn hitting the roof a gunshot. Jesus. White people didn't start slavery, but we're the dominating people that controlled it relative to America. I mean, so yes, but kind of. It was, but it was the black tribes that were enslaving their competing black tribes that made it be known. Listen, there was no internet or telephone back then. How did we know slaves were for sale out of Africa? There was a company. There was a coalition set up. It was something that they did. They found the slaves after fighting inside the interior of Africa. Then brought the slaves to the exterior and sold them, along with liquor and traded whiskey and stuff like that. Because Africa doesn't make anything. Africa didn't even make boats. They've never even made a boat. And so that was a big thing, and it's still going on today. There's more slavery in Africa now than there was back during the transatlantic slave trade. You can't put that on white people because everybody was a slave and everybody was a slaveholder. But the thing is, the tribes that were doing it back then are still doing it now. So when we ended it in England and in America, why didn't it end in Africa? Remember, there's got to be pure DNA. Everybody mixed it up. Were the Confederates conservatives or liberals? It's a good question. They were the Democrats, so there would be liberals, and they wanted slaves. Confederates as Democrats. Oops. I got to take this out of here. Oh, sorry, I'm searching up this thing here. Oops. During the Civil War, the vast majority of Confederates and political leaders in the seceding states are from the Democratic Party. So dirty. The Republican Party was started to end slavery. The Republican Party was started to end slavery. The first Republican president was Abraham Lincoln, started to end slavery. There was a lie saying that the Republicans and Democrats switched. The Democrats have always been the party of slaves, always been the party of the KKK, always. They just changed their PR for a while. Now they're back to the same PR. Christianity ended slavery, barbary, child marriage. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The acorn actually from a Florida scrub jam, but we bought slaves to the Muslim dude point blank. They made it in purchase. That's right. Not really Christianity, not end slavery. Yes, it did. Black Africans sold them to white Americans, but it's not in America, right? American child marriage is still there. Absolutely. I bought the morals of abolition to be done. No, bro. If you read the Democrat platform, the 1860s, the principle, brother, I'm telling you, no, the Republican Party started to stop slavery. The Republican Party was founded in 1854 primarily to oppose the expansion of slavery into the Western territories. The anti-slavery movement was a direct reaction to the passage of the Kansas-Nebraska Act. The Republican Party and its first president, Abraham Lincoln, went to lead the Union through the Civil War. The Republican Party is who started to end slavery. The Democrats are the party of slaves. I'm pretty sure Alabama, no, you can't afford a Christian's morals like that. I also read the economic principles of Abraham Lincoln. His policies were progressive. Right. He wanted to progress past slavery. Right. Yeah. Listen, the Republicans are only as bad as they say they are because they say that. What is so bad? What do you dismiss? What do you dislike about the Republican Party like today? And they're still the same thing. They still have the same conservative values that they had then. Like Trump is a 1994 Democrat, and he's a Republican conservative now. He's fiscally conservative and socially progressive. But that's the party now. That's what we have. We can have the moral already do that. Christian influence of other attributes. I think Martin Luther King Jr. did a speech in front of the Lincoln Memorial because Lincoln being responsible. Yeah, that's exactly why he did that. They kept listening to that Southern switch crap. Right. The Democrats actually put in this thing called the Southern switch because they had such bad PR. They had such bad history that they put into their PR that they switched to try to trick people. And if you ask people today why do they vote Democrat when Republicans freed the slaves, they'll be like, they switched. The Republicans and Democrats switched. Well, why did they switch? So the Republicans just became the party of slaves? No, it's bullcrap. It's all marketing. It's all lies. It's all just lip service. The liberals slanted AI, said the Confederates were Democrats. I'm not demonizing conservatives. I'm trying to combat misinformation stated by Ben Shapiro. Yeah, that's it. That's Ben Shapiro's problem. It helps if YouTube. It helps if you include the next 170 years. And most are rhinos. What's relevant about the act, progressive or conservative? What's relevant is the act, progressive or conservative principles. What would you? But the progressive principles aren't being enforced. They've been changed. The Democrats absolutely changed it. They're not for the progression of American values. They're for the replacement of American values. The African slave trade sold 22 million people over 350 years. About 200,000 came to America. Majority went somewhere else, to Brazil. Brazil was one of the largest dumps. I think it was 3 million went to Brazil. Democrats are still pushing the same slavery they always have. Like, who's going to mow your lawns? Who's going to clean your toilets? How are you going to afford? Right. Yeah, right. And if you don't know the history of the Democratic Party, not the history told by the Democrat Party, the history of the Democrat Party, then you know what it's doing. They're doing the same thing. They want cheap labor. They're pissed off that they lost their slaves, and they're trying to manipulate a way to bring them back. The Republican Party was founded in the right Pennsylvania with the primary goal of stopping the expansion of slavery in the U.S. Yes, sir. A majority of the original members of the Republican Party were actually black as well. Right. That's why it doesn't make sense that so many black people dislike the Republican Party. They were told in school by activist teachers that the opposite. They were told that the Democrats were the party of the blacks. Britain, America, and France ended slavery in order as well. There you go. And if there wasn't a switch, then why is the South Party conservative and the North primary liberal? There wasn't a switch. Because time changed, industry grew. The South stopped primarily being farmland and became business, like other businesses, other industries came up. So there wasn't the need for all of those. And then once you switch over into different forms of not technoculture. When you switch over into when the industries grow, when you go through different industries, mechanized industries, it changed. So you didn't need as many hands on the ground. So then once they got what they wanted, what came through, and then they said, I want to switch. The Republicans and Democrats spoke their words, and then slowly but surely, the black people voted for. When black people got the right to vote, the primary black people in the South voted Republican when they got the freedom to vote because they were the party that freed them. So the white people were voting to try to keep the slaves out of the South, and the black people voted to keep themselves out of slavery. Because remember, the Democrats then swapped into Jim Crow. Democrats is a party of Jim Crow. They've always wanted to work it back around. I know I have the history. I'm different perspective. Okay, all right. I mean, yeah, that's fine. A lot of sailors died trying to replace slaveholders. Yeah, Kelly Osbourne, who's going to clean your toilet, right? It's crazy. Right. But the thing is, if you were to believe, Dirty, that there was a switch, then what would make you believe that another one hasn't happened? If you can believe that there was a party switch, why can you not believe another one would happen? Like obviously from a bunch of people from the Democrat Party coming over to the Republicans. There was only two main people that left the Democrat Party for the Republican Party back during the Southern switch, Southern strategy. There was only two Democrats that became Republican, and now a bunch of Democrats just became Republican. So maybe they switched back. Thomas Jefferson wanted to add 184 words that was taken out of the since slavery declaration because 2 states and their delegates, but the freedoms were enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. Millions of people are subjected to the forced human labor, human trafficking, exploitation inside of Western countries as well. Right? Why? Because our borders are open, and then they come in. That human trafficking is what brought when the borders were down, because it turned it into a profitable industry. They don't know that conservative means now. They're all confused. Reconstruction of the Southern went on for 60 years, sir. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm just telling you the God's honest truth. What happened? The Democrat Party is the party of the KKK. Okay, when was the KKK? What year was the KKK founded? Okay, 1865. What Democrat started the KKK? The Ku Klux Klan was by 6 Confederate veterans: Calvin Jones, John Kennedy, John Lester, Frank McCord, Richard Reed, and James Crow. While these founders were mostly Southerners during Reconstruction, identified as Democrats, the Democratic Party institution did not officially create the organization. The context regarding the KKK leadership: former Confederate prominent slave trader, the first Grand Wizard. So the KKK was started during Reconstruction, and then Jim Crow after that. So they still wanted to try to get their slaves back. And then when they couldn't get their slaves back, they wanted to make it difficult for slaves to be here. I was afraid of the future consequences. Lincoln slavery, the first 22 blacks in Congress were Republican. Right. Yeah, people have been lied to for so long. Because they wanted to not do their own research on their own about it. Every Democrat I know is not as MAGA as described. Every Democrat I know is not as MAGA. Brother, I'm just saying that the party is not Democrat as described previously. It's not. The Democrats aren't what the Democrats were in the 90s. They're constantly moving the goalposts. What I'm saying is, if you want to save America and have the old school Democratic Party back, you've got to get all the Democrats that are in office now out, and a new set of people need to be reelected in. But this party has to go. There needs to be a good 4 years of cleanse. Everybody's got to go. That's not for the preservation of America and American values. And then you can talk about how to progress through that. But this whole wackadoo thing, trying to push everything onto the pharmaceutical industry, telling everybody they need to get vaccines and stuff that have now been found just in the past few days, found in cancer cells, found in earlobes. The lipid proteins are found bonding in earlobes, in the heart sac, like this type of stuff that was pushed by the Democrats. Biden saying, "Go get this stuff. I'm tired of you guys doing this. You guys are making it." Like, that stuff is crazy. That stuff's crazy. At least Trump said, "Yeah, it looks like a good vaccine. I got it. Get it if you want." Like, that's huge. That was huge for a lot of people. Yeah, there was no switch. It was just in the media. The media just said it was because the Democrats had such bad publicity. I don't get what is blacks to know about many blacks owned slaves. What I don't get is didn't blacks know many blacks owned slaves? No, they're not taught that. They're not taught that at all, because it breaks the narrative. So they're not taught that. They're not taught about black slaveholders at all. They're not taught about Anthony Johnson, the first man to go to court to say, "I don't want my indentured servant to go free. I want my indentured servant to be a slave forever." So it was a black man that went to court to make sure another black man could stay a slave for life. And so like that, this stuff happened, and it's not taught. The Democrats, led by Byrd, a former Klansman, filibustered 1964 Civil Rights Act. Right. The Democrats did not allow the Civil Rights Act to go through. The Republicans pushed the Civil Rights Act through. I don't believe it, because in order for the police to swat, people would have to move from the north, and people have to move to the south. No. They have to just do what they're doing now. Change parties. People don't have to move. No. It just spread. The ideology spread. The people didn't have to move. Like, if you vote Democrat, last year and you vote Republican next year, you didn't move, but the people didn't move. Their minds changed. I think conservative means racist, so there's no debate after. The KKK are conservatives today, and their beliefs are not changed. I'm not saying conservatives are racist, but racists are conservatives. Brother, listen. I'm telling you. That's the media telling you that. There's other racist conservatives, but the KKK is a Democrat organization. Look up NYC draft riots of 1862. This needs to be true. Due to economic reasons, blue states became red states. Right. There was more money coming in because the states got more technologically advanced, and you started having more industry. So then people saw what the Democrats did with slavery, with Jim Crow, with not allowing the Civil Rights Act to go through, and then so a lot of people switched parties. They didn't move. You could switch parties. You could just register as a vote Republican. Yes, I do think minorities can be racist. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. In your opinion, what would a good Democrat candidate be? Closer to what's the dude's name? The dude from Pennsylvania that wears the hoodie. The guy that's still for closed borders, still for gun ownership, still for freedom of speech. Democrats used to have America First policies. They just had different ways of going about it. They had a different plan for helping America progress than the Republicans. So they both wanted the same end goal, but the Democrats don't. I can't think of a good Democrat candidate besides Fetterman. But yeah. All right. Yeah, Fetterman. Right, Southern Democrat used to mean racist, right? Right, yes, and then they needed to change that. So when there started to be radio and television, they started a PR campaign to try to smear, just like they're trying to smear Trump, they're trying to smear the Republicans because people don't look up anything. So they just do, if they said it enough times, conservatives are racist, conservatives are racist, conservatives are racist, that people would believe it because they heard it a million times. Robert Byrd was a Democrat when he was a Grand Wizard. 60 years later, said he's sorry for lynching people, and the Democrats forgave him. Right, just like this other guy, just like this guy that's got the Nazi tattoo that said, "Oh, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry for all the women I abused." And they're like, "Oh, don't worry, we need, he's different now. He said he was different, but now the Democrats make fun of his brain injury." Right, because he's an old school Democrat, and they got taken over. What are we learning? We're talking about the Democrat Party, how the origins of the Democrat Party and the KKK. Robert Byrd should have been in prison for life, right? And they let him go. Off topic, of course, but can we get data centers allowed? Data centers not allowed in your city, town, state, families interested. Bam. Tulsi Gabbard and Fetterman will be returned to normalcy. Yeah. Are you telling me that the people that wave Confederate flags today, I'm telling you, brother, that the people that do that have been paid for by the SPLC, and the SPLC is being sued for that now. Those parties have been funded by the Democrat Party and Democrat donors to make sure they have a funding machine, the SPLC. I'll show you. I'll just show you. I don't need to tell you. I'll just show you. Because this isn't in the news either, because it looks bad for the Democrats. Okay. All right. The Southern Poverty Law Center accused of secretly funding $4 million in donor funds to individuals associated with the Ku Klux Klan and other extremist groups between 2014 and 2023. This funding was allegedly supporting activities that promoted hate, while the SPLC publicly denounced these groups. All right. Okay, the Southern Poverty Law Center spent decades branding conservatives as hate groups while raising hundreds and millions of tax-exempt donations. Has now been indicted by a federal grand jury on 11 counts. The DOJ has charged the SPLC with defrauding its own donors, claiming to fight extremism while using donor money to fund a paid informant program to infiltrate extremist groups without telling donors what their money was actually buying. Two federal forfeitures have been yada, yada, yada. Let me get into what they actually said they were doing. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here you go. That it. All right, let's do this. SPLC lawsuit. Okay. All right. Okay. The criminal indictment marks an intense escalation in political tensions between the SPLC and conservatives. The DOJ investigated that it was revived to push forward for a hate watch, SPLC's hate watch and Year in Hate. So they needed to post stuff on their hate watch part of their website and the Year in Hate part of their website. So they would pay to have these groups. They would funded the cross, the wood for the cross, the fuel for the cross, and said where it should be done. And they worked alongside the SPLC in order to set up hate. It was paid for to make conservatives look bad and look like racists, so that the non-white citizenry of America would guarantee votes for Democrats. All right. Let me see. Okay, the Charlottesville attack. The Southern Poverty Law Center support hate groups. They were working to dismantle the history of America. The Charlottesville car attack on August 12, 2017. They funded the Charlottesville attack that they tried to use to say when Trump said there's good people on each side of the Charlottesville rally. That was paid for and helped set up through funding from the SPLC. All politics and BS aside, I mean you well, and what I believe is right. No, I understand absolutely, brother. No, I get you. Yeah, I'm just answering your questions because who's got enough time to look all this stuff up and to follow what's going on? Absolutely. But what I would say is, how could you think what's going on in the Democrat Party today would help your children? And I can't find anything that they would do to help me. I can't find how it would help make a more safe and just future for my children. I just can't. There's nothing I can see. Have you ever looked into the idea that John McAfee was murdered and had his building blown up where he had Epstein-level files and Hillary had many other... I didn't look into that. Do you guys even say he was going to do it at Charlottesville? Yeah. Ray, that was just the other CNN and the other networks that covered him the other day. Very strange. It's so crazy. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right, everybody. It's after 12 midnight here. I got a lot of painting to do tomorrow morning. So I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I love you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Good night.